welcome in. I'm the Goose Caboose for both parties. So can I get an exclamation point? Well, we'll start with a shout out. I was lurking in your stream earlier and it was very lovely. So thank you for coming on over here. I suppose your hey listen command has similar purpose to behind on chat. Yes, that it does, because I tend to be behind on chat. And it's funny you mention it, Knob Knob. That is brand new as of today, because I knew that this the foresight, I knew this was going to happen. I knew a little birdie in the back of my bird brain told me that this very thing was going to happen. So, there you go. Now, the Elgato. So I'm the Goose Caboose for both parties, which means I don't have anywhere to be. That's all I'm asking for confirmation on, right? I don't have a hard ouch. I'm good to be the conductor, to be the goose ductor from here on out. I promise not to abduct too many of you geese, because that's not my intention. I think we're lined up. I think we're good. I think we're good to go. Okay. Yay! Welcome, everybody. Okay, so thank you so much for the raid. If you are new here in Goose Town, I usually do a raid scene, but I think this, for the purposes of, in the interest of time, this serves as our raid scene. So, yes. Have a Goose Night, Kate. Again, this will be uploaded on YouTube, so if anybody has to follow Kate's suit and get a Goose Night, because after a long con, I always get whooped. And, you know, the con crud of it all. So don't feel obligated to stick around, because I will be uploading this to my personal YouTube channel. We're very close to our first milestone of 100 subscribers. So I'm excited. But this will be up there. There will be goodie bags in the MSV server. So I'll do an exclamation point MSV and an exclamation point art train. So our most recent raid was the artists. And previous to that, like an hour, supposed to be half an hour, but was an hour. Or actually, I misspoke, but you know what I mean. Was all of these storytellers, right? So I'm just getting the dry skin off my lip. How fun. I'm gonna take this off for now, but someone can redeem a glasses goose later. I am sort of the perfect midsection of that Venn diagram because, well, being a streamer, we're glorified buskers. Busker, I hardly know her. We're glorified buskers. My whole job is to tell stories, right? But even more so than that, I started streaming because I got locked out of my artist's studio because of COVID. So I couldn't access any of my art supplies, and I had to make do with what I had. It was a real shame that they locked us out of our university. So I was the class of 2020, and I was graduating during a pandemic with a bachelor in fine arts, a bachelor's degree in fine arts, a big flocking art, in an industry, in a time where my industry did not exist. We could not do our art. We could not do our storytelling as we were trained to do, as is tradition, because of social distancing. And a side effect of that was that I got locked out of my undergraduate studio and couldn't do any of this. Now, that was so tough for me, having that ripped away. I was known as I inherited the role of studio dad, right? Like, I was the mentor figure for, I mean, look at me. Clearly, I don't have a father figure in my life, but more on that later. But just takes two looks at me and you know. So, but I started streaming in April of 2020. We were a traditional art and Animal Crossing stream. I think my first ever stream was an Animal Crossing stream. And then we started making some art with the supplies that I had on hand. I was literally in New York City. I was in the Stagehands Bar in Theater Row. That it's an Irish pub, but the demographic is all stagehands. They all filter in as their show ends, whatever Broadway or off-Broadway production they happen to be working on. So I was visiting a friend who was mixing the audio for an off-Broadway production at the time, and we went to the bar afterward, and it was really scary. It was the night that Broadway shut down over my spring break of my senior year. The night that Broadway shut down. I'm getting goosebumps just thinking about it. Very scary, insane uncertainty. It's a miracle I didn't catch COVID. Like, traipsing about New York City, Manhattan, Long Island, like, Central Park, the subways, Megabus, Greyhounds, yada yada. I think I had hand sanitizer on me and was washing them, but like, nobody was wearing masks because you couldn't get any. Like, it was just a wild time. So it's a miracle I didn't catch it at that time. And I get back to the Goose Nest, and then I decide to go back to my university town, even though I couldn't get into any of the facilities because they locked them up while we were all away during spring break. It was really unfortunate timing. And I couldn't afford, being a starving artist, to make it back there before the like arbitrary deadline of locking down campus that they drew out of a hat, which it was, they really didn't do us any favors on that one, but that's neither here nor there. But it makes for a good story, right? Even though it was a headache at the time, because if it weren't for that, I would have never started streaming. So I like had a New York City sketchbook, did random stuff, and let's see how many pages I had left. So break, I know it's backwards, until 4/8/20, aka quarantine, thanks to Miss Rona. Remember when we called it quarantine? Remember when we called it Corona instead of COVID-19? That was wild. But point being, this is how few pages I had to work with for all of lockdown, for half a year, to start streaming with. And you couldn't order any streaming supplies. The supply chain was so, like, messed up. But this was my first ever sketchbook that I filled, so I'm big on silver linings. I wouldn't have finished it if it weren't for all of that headache and uncertainty. So sketchbook finished. We have BLM, and oh, you can't see the text, but sketchbook finished on 6/4/20, June 4th, 2020, after roughly 4 years, my first ever sketchbook that I finished. So streaming has been really good for my bird brain, as we like to call it. I did lots of figure drawing in this one. I think I can show this with the artistic nudity guidelines. I'm not fully up to date on the changes, but like a lot of semi-nude Zoom figure drawing. I wasn't really into Zoom theater because I think I would just rather watch a film, frankly. But if it's not interactive. But we really made the most. I had a couple Copic markers. I think I had the Flesh Tone set, and we started doing like Animal Crossing fan art. It's the first fan art I ever really did. I never really did fan art, except for like some cringy fan art of Dan and Phil for a contest way back on the Tumblr. Oh my god, I just unlocked Goose repressed memories. Yeah, you know, it was a shame that I couldn't get to the supplies, but it's a blessing and a curse, because I do firmly believe, as a starving artist, that, like, not starting with all the crayons in the box does force you to tap into creativity. It really does. No, come back. Come back. I beg. It really does. So I don't think I would have ever finished a sketchbook because I would have been like going in and out between loose papers and portfolios and drawers and all the crayons in the box, right? So it like pushed me in a way that I never would have pushed myself because I was so caught up in the job hunt. So being forced to just like sit down, we did our first like interactive stream. I just took suggestions of people's favorite villagers, and we really worked with what we had. But again, it is a shame. I had a sewing machine. Last year's MSV Con, we sewed plushies and stuff. But I had like a little travel watercolor kit that I think I bought on that trip. And half a sketchbook, which is too lightweight, definitely not intended to be used for watercolors. It was definitely wibbly warbling. But I bought a capture card. I couldn't even buy a desk. I had to use a folding table because all the desks I bought, I was refunded. They were on back order. I managed to snag a capture card, 2 stream lights. I already had a stream deck that one of my colleagues managed to nab out of studio before it closed. Thank gooseness. Otherwise, I was using my phone, the silly little Stream Deck app, which is actually, I say it's silly, but it's pretty good. But very humble beginnings. My webcam was like precariously placed on a piece of packing foam that I push pinned into the wall. So honestly, it is so possible to tell a story with the materials that you have on hand. And like a napkin sketch, some of the best stories that you can tell with napkins and a Sharpie. Right? Like, this really is all it takes. There was a whole artistic movement in cities in the early 20th century here in the United States. Sorry, there's a piece of dry skin on my tooth. Where they were so scrounging, they were so poor, for lack of a better word. I mean, honestly, that's what it was. That in order to make art, they were starving, so they were so focused on the Maslow's hierarchy of needs, on the food, shelter, water, that in order to make art in all of that goings on, they had to use cardboard and made their own oil paints. And that's it. And it's some of the best art out there. Obviously, it's hard to preserve because it's like turpentine on cardboard, but it's truly like, it doesn't take much. So if I can inspire you to like start streaming or start telling stories again, especially if anyone has ever discouraged you, I'm getting goosebumps right now, pun intended. I'm getting goosebumps right now. If I can encourage you to go on, and if MSV Con has inspired you to go on and tell your own stories, like, do it. Do it. I don't care what it is. I don't care how silly it is. I don't care how adjacent to puppet theater it is. Don't let anybody shame you out of telling your story, out of silencing you, because if they are not your bird of a feather, if they're not an open ear, there's somebody out there, whether it's a Discord server, whether it's Twitch, whether it's out and about IRL. Now that we can go IRL, please go IRL. Please go to your local library. Please, like, grassroots. This stuff starts at home. I'm very big on grassroots. Get out there. Like, your people, your cup of tea is out there, and they're eager, and they're ready, and they're excited, and they're willing. They're waiting for you. So, I'm so excited to have finally found my people as of late, so thank you for allowing me to be the hashtag Goose Caboose. And I've been a little bit of a diva with facilitating times and stuff. I'm very particular because I knew that in order to make all of this work, in order for all of the puzzle pieces to click into place, it had to happen in a very particular manner. So that is how it is happening today. So we are gonna get going on the presentation, but before we get started, does anybody have any questions or like any like burning thoughts that they want to get in before we start. I'm gonna make sure that I'm in the right tabs on everything. Yeah, oh, storyboarding is like one of the most valuable tools, and also one of the tools that one of the tools that I firmly believe one of our unwritten rules, one of our written, unwritten, spoken rules here in Goose Towne is that we are a firmly no limiting beliefs zone, right? I'm never going to let you geese say that you can't do something unless it's contextual and it's an accessibility need. That is the one exception to the rule, because there is a way for you to make your art and tell your story. You just probably haven't found the one that clicks for you yet, but it's out there and it's waiting for you. Because it's human nature to tell stories. It's human nature. It's something we all do, even if it's just conversational, which is why we're so chatty, right? It's why we're chatty goslings. Okay, so let's see. What are the Google Slides hotkeys? We might not have the transitions today. That might be fine. How do I wanna start presenter view. This is what I want, I think. But I need it here. And then, oops. Aha! And then I just gotta fit the window, which will take all of 2 seconds. And I'll add a stream marker so that I remember to cut this out. Aha! Aha! I'm a genius. Hey, speaking of tools, this isn't a gotcha, by the way. Speaking of tools, I just got access to one of my new favorite tools. I haven't even opened it up yet, but it's one of my favorite. If you are an artsy-fartsy type, right? If you are an artsy-fartsy type and you've been on the struggle bus because you feel limited by your hardware, check out Meld. If you are a Mac user and you're like, oh, I would love to stream, but it doesn't run so well on my Mac, Meld Studio, the stable version for Mac OS for the Apple operating system, is available now, and it's purpose-built for artsy-fartsy types like myself. It is so accessible, and it makes all of this, like... It kind of... The goal of it is to cut out all of this zhuzhing troubleshooting that I should have done ahead of time and am struggling to do now. But it's done. We're done. We're ready to go. But Meld is going to make my life so much easier. I had a private demo on Thursday? When? This week. I had a private demo earlier this week. I think it was Thursday afternoon. Maybe it was Wednesday. But I'm very excited about it. It's been very inspiring. The team is amazing. And all of the stuff that we're talking about today, because there's a lot, again, the moving parts of it all, everything that we are talking about today, there is also an about panel and in all of the cases, really, a command, a chatbot command as well. So, there you go. Ooh, Cherney, I bet you that Katiosaurus also has an amazing pirate shirt pattern. I'm gonna have to write that down. And now the plushies will never be finished for morning. No, literally, that's like what it felt like. Mander, I'm glad you liked the cute little churney. Speaking of moving parts, can I get a churn emote? Either a sub or a BTTV should be able to do it as well. We have a baby churney, so that's a BTTV emote that is available. But yeah, okay, so this is officially beginning the... Now that my panel is technically supposed to be ending, I think, we're finally starting it, which by the end of a raid train, that's pretty good, to be honest. That's like pretty good that everybody was able to raid out on time. Because on time is early when it comes to live events, right? But all of this is available on my socials, and we're gonna get a goodie bag in the Discord and !MSV if you're interested, because we are the Goose Caboose. But there was a whole heckin' panel, as you can see, we're at the very end, our teeny tiny little panel. We are the after party, but there was like a whole agenda of a bunch of moving parts in multiple different conference halls. It was like full on digital convention, a lot of moving parts. I'm excited to see it grow. It's already grown exponentially. This is only the second annual year of MSV Con. If you don't know what MSV stands for, it is the Mountain Shade Village. The Mountain Shade Village by our dear friend Churney. So let me get Churney a shout out. I think I can do that an easier way. And then also, the artist together is new. I think they just hit affiliate today. So congratulations on the channel there as well. You know what? I'll shout out Meld while I'm at it. I think that's correct. I believe that is correct. I might be wrong, but it should be right. It should be. Maybe that's not right. Maybe ignore that last one. That doesn't look right. Oh, it's Stream with Meld, isn't it? Is that one correct? That's the one. Click that one. Oh, I'm so proud of my bird brain. Good job. Good job. You membered. Also, we have merch. If you like New York City, we have merch. All right, let's get started. Now that it's 9:30 on the dot, when the time that I should have been ending. Again, I knew this is how this was gonna go, which is why I insisted on being last. But MSV Con, it's really cool. Churney, thank you so much for having me. I'm very excited. And again, this will be uploaded to YouTube for posterity. So as we proceed, you geese, con attendees, artists, jump in. If you have your own story to tell, like your own way of relating to tarot, we like tangents. We're very pro tangents here in Goose Towne. So jump in, feel free to like raise your hand or at me or use the TTS as we go, because I'm gonna be yapping either way, but I would love to yap with you geese instead of at you geese, right? So don't feel like you need to hold and wait till the end. Already someone did it, and yeah, Brock's Basher, keep up the good work, right? Like, I think the storyboarding, perfect example of the vibe of this presentation. It's very very casual. So this is second annual MSV Con 2024. The theme this year is Stories Await You, and in association with artists together as well here. So my name is Noah. If you're new to the channel, if you're just coming in, if you're just filtering in, my name's Noah. You can also call me Goose. I use any pronouns, but I'm at Goose Towne everywhere, and then some. Everywhere you could find me or your mother's goose, or your mother's goose's brother's sister's uncle. I'm probably there too. But this is the second annual MSV Con. Last year we did a plushie sewing stream, and this year, since the theme is yearly. It changes yearly. This year is all about storytelling. And let me tell you, do I love to yap and to tell a story or two. But that's her little journey. Still a prototype, but we'll finish her eventually. I'm sure all you artists that just came in know the work in progress struggle, feel, the motivational. Really, it's carving out time. So I love events like this because it forces us to go ahead and carve out time, right? To actually do that now and again, and to take the time to show some gratitude. So Churney, thank you, Churney and company and staff, thank you for having me. And likewise with artists. We don't need a reason. It's kind of like Valentine's Day, so that's also apt timing. You don't need a reason to show love and appreciation, but it's always good to have one just in case, so that way it doesn't slip through the cracks. Churney said this turn of phrase recently, which I really enjoyed. It was, oh yeah, I recall that now. Something that I brought back up. That slipped into the couch cushion of my brain. I was like, I'm writing that down. I'm writing that down because that's a good one. And funnily enough, I think the next emote we make is going to be a little notes, a little advisor Goose taking notes. Oh, we already sketched it. We just have to render it. Oh, again, with the works in progress, how do you keep track of it all? Anyway, tarot is another great excuse. It's like, we don't need a reason to do the reflecting. Maybe we could just like do it as a habit. But if you need to habit stack, my favorite way to habit stack is with pseudosciences. Because why not? They're fun. And 9 times out of 10, there is some truth behind them anyway. I am gonna take an allergy pill really quick. They're right here. I don't even have to get up. I'm so prepared because I can feel my sinuses screaming at me. So what day is it today? It's Saturday. We're gonna take these. We're gonna take the handful because it's been 6 hours since I last took them. Oh, I also have an ear infection right now, so that's why I'm all over the place. I am usually like this though. It's no excuse, it's just explanation. Yeah. So again, if you have questions about me, I have a couple breadcrumbs, like a couple icebreakers built into the presentation, but if you see something that you relate to, please jump in and chat. I mean, that's why we're live on Twitch, you know? Or the chatting. So, again, my name's Noah. I've always been called Noah Goose. It was a childhood nickname. It's like a Spoonerism. So that's why I wanted to be the mayor of a town, just like Harvest Moon. So I am Noah Goose, Goose Town. Here we go. And it's with the archaic E. Don't forget the archaic E. Even I forgot it today. So there you go. We're ye old time E, which is, I think, why Churney and I hit it off so well. Way back in the day. We met back in, I want to say, was I still in the original Goose Nest? I don't think I was. I think it was 2021. I think I was in the cinnamon colored room, the basement. Mother Goose's basement. Mother Goose's nest. Anyway, I'm seeing Mother Goose tomorrow. I'm very excited. I'm a mama's boy, if you haven't noticed. Again, with the pseudosciences. Usually they're pseudosciences are pioneered by women or other minorities that are often ignored. So even though there is actual science backing them, right? There is rational, there's a rationale behind the thinking. We often discredit them, much like crafting. Last year's theme was crafting, because what do women know? I'm goose judging. I hate it here. I hate it here. Listen, just listen, storytelling. Just listen to people when they're trying to tell you their lived experiences, because they usually got some good nuggets of info there. I keep getting compliments from Little Old Ladies. We were talking about Howl's Moving Castle earlier and how I feel like Sophie right now, with the chronic illnesses flaring up. But yeah. But I was like, if you're getting a bunch of compliments, my waitress told me this. I'm a regular at a diner, and she told me that, a little old lady sitting at table 7 or whatever, right, was talking about how much she loved my hair. And I was like, yes, good. If you are getting compliments from ye little old lady, then you know that you are doing something right. You know that you're doing something right. Because if they've made it in life that far and they still have their wits about them, you're solid. So there you go. That's my 2 cents. Well, that was plenty more than 2 cents. But I'm a starving artist, so I only have like 2. What did I just do? What did I just do? Oh yeah, by the way, I'm at Goose Towne on all socials. Everywhere. Everywhere. I want to get out of this. There we go. Okay. How do I go next? Oh, the big button that says next. So yeah, final Twitch panel. I think there might still be stuff going on over in the Discord, but you might as well just join the Discord, because if any of this stuff that I'm saying is like up your alley, so to speak, then there you go. Over in Churney's Discord, which all of the panelists and attendees and merch and all that jazz is in the one link list. You can find it there. Oh yeah, peep the merch. I quite like this year's merch. And not just because I consulted on it. But it looks so good. I'm really proud of Churney. So there we go. Okay, shall we? Tarot. And again, we will be doing our own art today. Yeah. Nob. Thank you for the the housekeeping, right? Thank you. So, welcome to my presentación. This is The Fool's Journey, Storytelling of Tarot. Presentation by @GooseTowne, #MSV Con 2024, !MSV Con, which I just did. And then #artists together. So thank you all for being here today. It is an honor to have this platform. So thank you very much. I appreciate your time, because your time is always your most valuable resource, and I am yapping away most of it right now. So, but yeah, it's February 24th, 2024 at the time of recording. And yeah, you can check out all of this jazz linked below. There you go. So we're all caught up on the housekeeping, and thank you for watching. All right. So if you are unfamiliar with tarot, it does have a narrative behind it. And oftentimes it is referred to as the Fool's Journey. The Fool's Journey. That is a turn of phrase that is used interchangeably with the word tarot. So if tarot were to be the title, then The Fool's Journey would be the subtitle, or the The Fool's Journey. Now, I can't just talk about all of tarot, because there's typically, I think, 78 cards in a tarot deck. I have it in a future slide. So there's just too much to cover in such short of a time. So we are gonna do broad strokes, pun intended. So we are looking at one particular aspect, which is the storytelling aspect, which is perfect timing because of MSV Con, right? So the theme for this year's digital convention is storytelling. And the Fool goes on quite a journey, let me tell you, and I'm always jesting about fool's errands. But we can always find ourselves in a facet of the tarot, right? They are universal themes and experiences, much like in a more traditional writing and narrative, like English major, let's say, academic aspect of the hero's journey, the hero of the tarot is the Fool. He is, in fact, card number 0, the very initial card in the journey, because he is our protagonist. So I'm going to break it down for you in very simple terms. So if you've never stepped foot near a tarot deck before, you're in the perfect place, because I'm gonna give you the deets, right? I'm gonna be your gateway drug into the realm of tarot. I almost assure you that there was a relation to the hero's journey. I will say the creator of the original Rider-Waite deck, I think it's actually, and I might be misquoting, I should fact check this. I believe there has been a movement to shift the name of the quote-unquote original deck to be the Rider-Smith deck, or the Waite-Smith deck, because it was sort of co-opted, which is always a shame, but that is sort of the nature of storytelling, which is very interesting. So, but the original illustrator and creator of the imagery, the individual behind this deck, or the deck, right? The first tarot deck, let's say, which we'll get into why there's like no such thing a little bit later, but the most well-known, the one that when you say tarot, as far as us Westoids go, the image that is called to mind from tarot probably originates from Smith, the Waite-Smith deck. Yeah, this imagery, right? But it is even more archaic than that, which is kind of why we like the archaic E, the silent E at the end of Towne. We like esoteric stuff here. So, yeah. I want to make sure that I'm not missing my speaker notes. Oh. I might want to zhuzh this. I'm going to zhuzh this so I can see my speaker notes. Don't mind me. I gotta, or else this will be a hot mess. So let me take 2 seconds to futz about with OBS, but it should only take 2 seconds. Elgato, it's unlocked. I'm on the right keyboard. All right, we do a little bit of this. I don't love that shadow. There we go. And then a little bit of that, and then that, and then, yeah. Cool. Can't decide where I want it to go again now that I've moved it. Nice, 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 nice. Okay, great. All right. So, yeah, I think it is very intentional, and you'll find, as we break it down, Knob, you'll find that it's very on the nose, but in the best way possible, and that's, I think, why tarot has become so mainstream as of late, because it is so relatable, right? Goose Towne was very inspired by, like, Brothers Grimm fairy tales, or, like, classic storybook vibes, in addition to the Harvest Moon. You'll find that it's very big on archetypes, and it's very intentional in its drawing upon these like universal experiences, these universal characters, these aspects of our like cultural canon. Oh, wait a minute. Oh, no! I thought I was done. But wait, there's more. Well, that's okay. I can... Oh, well that explains. I was like, the ratio looks different. Because I'm a silly goose. By the way, I love this coffee shop ambience. You can find that linked here. Or did it work? Oh, I gotta add an alias. Do that on my own time. I've wasted enough of yours already with the futzing. All right, we're finally Goose to go. We're finally Goose to go. I love it here. So, it is intentionally drawing on the hero's journey, right? I felt like a silly goose when I was consulting with Cherney on how best to approach a topic for this. And I felt so silly when Cherney was like, Goose, you're overcomplicating it. Like, it's so simple, actually. I think you need to just talk about the storytelling of tarot. And I was like, you... Always my litmus test. Always my canary in the coal mine, really, for when I am just, like, wildly overcomplicating everything. So thank you, Cherney. Shout out to Cherney. All right. So the Fool's Journey storytelling of tarot. Here is a quick view. Always the first to die. I know. I hope that you're not already feeling the consequences of, well, our actions. It's my fault. I'm keeping you up past your bedtime right now, so I'm going to try to make this a little efficient. I won't dwaddle too much as I love to dwaddle. So, this is the introduction. It's currently happening. We're already on item number 1 of the agenda. Canary in a coal mine. There's a joke there. Chernary in a coal mine. Bird of a feather. The first to die of poisonous gases. Who's stinking up your mountaintop? Who do we have to blame? Who's the stinky one? You know what they say about BO in conference halls. In convention centers. By the way, I used to be a barista for many years, speaking of introduction. And one of my favorite places to share stories is a coffee shop. So support your local coffee shops, especially if they're mom and pop shops. I'm drinking it is a strawberry rosehip dark chocolate mocha, like mocha latte with oat milk, and it's so good. And I got it for free because they have a really amazing loyalty program. So cheers, I'll drink to that, bro. I actually I had a hand in staging like a walkout, a collective walkout where we all quit in solidarity. There was like easily more than half a dozen of us that quit in solidarity when my store manager, my boss at Bucky Boys, let's say, was wrongfully terminated. So there's a lot going on in the news right now, and collective action is sometimes the only action we can take. I will say that much. Y'all know what to do. But the tarot is going to tell us what to do also. So we're going to go into the tarot structure. I'm sure I'll yap more about myself in the next slide or two. But if anyone has any questions, again, please jump in, and I will tailor whatever slide we happen to be on to you, right? To your questions. The structure, very straightforward, and it seems more intimidating than it is, and I'll tell you why. And then we'll dive deeper into the iceberg that is the actual narrative. Like, what is the story that the Fool is journeying through, right? Yeah. So, welcome to MSV Con, the very tail end, the Goose caboose. Thank you for having me on as a presenter, Journey. All right, who am I? I mean, I've been yapping about it, but it does feel like due diligence to talk about it. Also, look at how long my hair's gotten since this photo was taken. This was taken during Pride Month, but I'm a queer artist and an intuitive tarot reader, and lately I've really been enjoying blending those two facets of my personality. But this is the introduction. Why is a silly goose talking at me about some archaic cards? Note that it says at me and not with me. But I would like to talk with you. I just am very chatty. So why is the silly goose talking to me about this in particular? Listen, I ask myself the same question on the daily. Not to get phrenological for a moment, but I blame the fact that I was born with one of those faces that you only see in an illuminated manuscript. Like, you only see one of these faces in a deck of tarot cards. I don't know if it's the styling, but I think it is. I have a very particular face. I also just look like every twink with long hair, but at the same time, I have a very particular face. So I do think, in a weird way, in a very on-the-nose way, because my life truly is stranger than fiction, knocking on wood right now, because I've been catching up on life, and life has been catching up on me lately, so that's why I'm all over the place. But hashtag bastard child things. Yep. That's a little bit about me, but I already told you with the raids coming in about like what we do here. But again, we're live every other day at 6 p.m. and tarot is always an aspect, whether it's tangential or a channel point redeem or it is the soup du jour. We do a lot of tarot, and we're gonna illustrate some tarot after this PowerPoint, right? So stick around, it's gonna be fun, and we have some announcements as well. So yeah. Nev, oh, it is Goose to see you. Nev, thank you for stopping by. I've been enjoying learning more Japanese as well. I really like the way that Japanese feels in my mouth. And I like the way that tarot as a word feels in my mouth. And I know that sounds so crunchy granola, but I think that we need to listen to the signs that the universe gives us, even if it is like a card that happens to fall out face up in a round of 52 pickup, or if it is like if something in here is guiding you toward a destination or a place or a story, you should listen to that. You should listen to the little birdie in the back of your mind, because there's a reason for it, right? Like, trust your guts and trust your biological signals. If you're thirsty, drink water. If you gotta pee, go piss, girl. You also like the way that Japanese feels in your mouth? It's like, I know that polyglots always talk about this. Also, I hope you've been enjoying Final Fantasy. I know polyglots often like to talk about this very topic. Your voice changes. And it's code switching, right? Ultimately, linguists would probably argue that it's a form of code switching, but I talk in a much lower register, depending on how I'm feeling that day, or like what we're doing. If I feel prepared, I sit in my natural resting voice, which is a little more on the masculine side. And then, if I don't, like, know what's going on, I do the uptalk. And I've noticed that, like, I sit even lower. I access DLC in the vocal registry when I start speaking Japanese. And Busu has really been tapping into that as of late. So what am I on right now? I'm on like the negative phrases, but I have 3 weeks, I guess, 21-day streak in Busu, and I really was impressed at how much of the rudimentary conversational Japanese that I taught myself over a decade ago has, like, I've been able to easier than I anticipated, shake the dust off. But I'm nervous to, like, say any online right now because I don't have Busu in front of me, and it's also not our topic of conversation. But hey, no, you absolutely made it because we're just getting started. We're literally introduction. You made it. You're here. You're on time. Goose to see you. No, you. One of my nice mouthfeel words is saute. Ooh, that's a good, like, a word to stim. Chill lo-fi beats to stim to. That isn't the most neurodivergent sentence to ever exist, you know? Yeah, Busu is worth, especially now that I have dark mode. Yeah, I love when I get to rub my stinky little mitts on the Android version of an app, and I get to rub it in the faces of all you stinky iOS users, you blue bubble derogatory. I'm just kidding. I'm agnostic. I don't care. You use whatever tool works for you. In fact, I encourage that. I encourage the diversity. Variety is the spice of life. But so many years I was bullied for being poor and having an old phone, and now I get to be like, I get to have a new feature on my Google Pixel 4a 5G from like a decade ago. Boo, boo, tomatoes. Neff's throwing tomatoes up at me on the convention stage. But yeah, saute is a really good one. Busu, what words have I just been like stimming with? Taro is one of them, but I don't realize I'm doing it. That's more like conversational. That's situational. I don't know. Earlier I said Irish wristwatch. Always around St. Patrick's Day, I fall back into the Irish accent because I've done some dialect work. I come from a theater background. And I also have Irish blood in me. And I would love some more if anybody has any to spare. But I always tap back into it. And there's like trigger phrases that get you into a dialect, much like I'm sure many polyglots have trigger phrases that get them into a particular language. So as far as languages go, we keep things like English here for the most part, but I did take 4 years of Spanish, of like honor Spanish. And a lot of that, I was surprised how much of that has stuck with me. Obviously the conjugation is very rusty, or like remembering that words are gendered because English doesn't do that. But you'll find that I have a lot of turns of phrases that are in languages that I don't even remember that I knew how to speak at one point in time. One of which is, my favorite is, in this economy, but it's funnier in Spanish, so I always go, en esta economía? And even that, I just did it, like the higher register for emphasis, but I had something about that like preemptive upside down punctuation. It's very interesting. But yeah, a lot of Japanese turns of phrase or phrases, it just, they're an earworm, they become a stem. Like America, it's just like, so the loner words are so like the opposite of shy about how they are. Like, it's so good. I did the like saying words of other places, but in Japanese unit a few nights ago, and I was just like, this is so silly. I love this so much, and now I'm just gonna go around saying like, what's the one for Mexico? Mexico, like, it's good. Again, like I'm butchering it because Busu's not right in front of me, but see, oh, that's so funny, Rove. It's interesting. And Taro, again, I'm not trying to be a podcaster, like trying to get us back on topic. This is genuinely topical. It's funny to think about the butterfly effects of life, and Taro holds up a mirror to us that forces us to reflect on those moments. So I wanted to take French, but I didn't because there was only one French class per grade in middle school, at least. Is that technically secondary school? I don't know how that works. But intermediate school, whatever. We had an option between Spanish, French, or German. And once you got to high school, you could take like Latin or American Sign Language, but that didn't count as a real language, which is kind of nonsense, by the way. I hope that's since changed. I don't think it has, though. I think that's a state level thing, not a district option, but whatever. So I took 4 years of Spanish because I didn't want to end up in the only class as my ex-girlfriend and first boy crush in middle school. And then because the universe is a cruel and unusual jester whom I love very much, the stars aligned and I ended up in the seating chart being sat between the two of them in my social studies class, my American social studies class. So I ended up stuck there anyway. I might as well have just taken French. But Spanish really clicked with me, and now I've since migrated to a more heavily predominant Spanish-speaking area and would like to move to an even more... I use Spanish. I wouldn't use French unless I went up with Kate, like moved into the Raven's Nest and hung out in Montreal. I don't know. I don't think Kate's in Montreal. Anyway, I didn't want to go on the trip to Canada. I also couldn't afford it because my family refused to pay for a passport. But again, that's neither here nor there. Introduction. I came from a children are to be seen and not heard family, and I will leave it at that. Tell me words in the language repeatedly with context. Yeah, I find that the context clues are very helpful, but it's a double-edged sword with Busu because I'm a very good test taker, which is a separate skill from learning a new language, actually. It can actually be a detriment to be a good test taker. You can shoot yourself in the foot, so to speak, as the fool does, because you have your head in the clouds and you're not grounded. So you're gonna walk out over open air. Oh my gosh, I just thought of another story. We're gonna be here all night. Good thing I'm here all week. But yeah, Busu, highly recommend. Neff, thank you for the recommendation. And make sure you check out Neff. And I'm going to give Rove a shout out as well. Because I think, Rove, did you kick off the art train today? Is that what happened? Were you the first stop on the raid train? Yeah, we're very ADHD, which is why when people come in and they get frustrated that I'm behind on chat, I'm like, well, you are worsening the problem by adding more clutter. I don't know how to explain that to you, but okay. Hey, you're welcome. Yeah, so Rove, I still haven't figured out where I know you from, but it could be anywhere. But Rove is part of the Artists Together. The Artists Together. The artist, I have a magnet. I got all the things, but I really want this design on a t-shirt. I would love to wear this design on a full bleed t-shirt because it would look so good. It's very graphic, like the Pride shirt I'm wearing here. Rove, I know you from somewhere, and you know what? We're gonna get down to the bottom of it eventually, It might just be that we're like Instagram mutuals, like we run in similar circles. I have a feeling I know you from an art friend, and probably one that's retired, like Caramelized Squid. Maybe we're in another mutual server before the Artist Together one. If you get a chance at some point, look in my streamer shelf. The like hosting that isn't hosting, the auto host shelf on the home page, not the about panels, but like the home tab. Take a look and see if you recognize any of the names, because we'll get to the bottom of it eventually, but maybe we've just seen each other around, right? Like, it's probably not Julie. It's probably not Super Shiggy. I feel like it was Squiddy. But maybe like Lord Crispin does like crafting, TCG stuff. It's not Churney. I don't know. We'll figure it out. But yeah, anyway, Resident Bastard Child, Goose Towne, welcome in, gang gang. All right, continuing onward. Like the fool. Welcome to my home. So it's me, I'm the fool. False. We already covered most of this, but if you're just getting in, this is just a brief recap. So we do tarot every Saturday at 6 p.m. It's also always available as a channel points redeem. You'll get bonus channel points if you drop a follow, if you would like a redeem at some point. And also, if you want to redeem now, we'll open the queue up, and then you can take them. We'll do them at the end of the presentation, which will probably be in like an hour, to be honest. But I'm going to try to not dilly-dally. So, every Saturday is our dedicated tarot day. Today's obviously a special occasion, so we're doing more than just that. But we open up the queue. We do have a sub priority list. So if you're subscribed to the channel, that's a perk of being a Gosling, right? You get bumped up above other users who are non-subbed, who are not subbed or VIP'd. So there you go. I just turned 26, my February. My birthday was February 12th. We did a subathon. We got a bunch of goodies coming starting next week with the subathon rewards, so keep your eyes peeled for those. We'll be starting Cult of the Lamb on Monday. But we do cozy gaming. I started as an Animal Crossing and art streamer. I showed off the sketchbook a little bit earlier, but I'll bring that out again at the end of stream. But like Brewster is a big inspiration, basically raised me along with Harvest Moon. So that's why we're like the frazzled mayor here in our branding. But I do traditional art, digital art, brand identity consultations is another service that I offer. I don't advertise that particularly much because of the bot issue. How are we feeling, artists? Those of you who came in with the Artist Together train, how are we feeling about the bot situation? I finally know that I've made it because now I'm getting the spam emails in my TTV account. I'm at Goosetown TTV for brand inquiries at Gmail. And I'm getting the spam. I'm getting the, hi, I'm generic last name. I'm Jane Doe, and it's my husband's birthday. I need immediate art. I love your style that you don't work in, and I can only pay via gift card that you have to buy me. Like, it's the most phishing, scammiest scam. I'm telling you, Rove, as soon as you open your commissions, you're gonna get the bot spam. Every day I'm pruning followers from my social medias, and I don't care to do it, but it's bad for engagement, so I have to do it. Anyway, I'm very open with business of the biz stuff, but I don't like advertise this as a service because it invites that energy. It opens up doors to places that I don't want to go. So I'm a resource. You geese can use me as one, but you have to approach me because I'm all over the place and very busy. So I might not reply right away. But anyway, this is why I like to carve out time for the Twitch streams and why we're live every other day, because this way you can just like catch me there. Otherwise, it's very hard to get a hold of me. Great. Moving on. I'll be your gateway drug to tarot, for lack of a better term. It's not as intimidating. Enemy, an enemy, an enemy, an enemy, an enemy, and Nemo and another me. It's not as intimidating as it seems. I know it's like, oh, it's so shiny, scary. It's really not. It's really not. It's simple. It's like so simple that when I break it down for you, you're gonna go, huh. Huh. That's it. That's it, baby. That's it. So think of this as like Goose's declassified tarot survival guide, if you will. And I will. I bought my first deck in 2016 from a Barnes & Noble. I bought the Tales of the Mystical Cats. So you don't have to get... You don't have to get a boring deck. And let me tell you, everyone and their mother Goose has a tarot deck. Mother Goose? Everyone and their mother Goose has a tarot deck these days. I just saw another streamer colleague, Artificer Ind? Is that the handle? That's another friend of MSV, like tangential, I think. Is anybody in MSV able to confirm or deny that? So like everyone is, more on that later. There's a point of reference for everybody, is what I'm saying. So if you have an interest-based nervous system, if you're neurodivergent, I don't know how I feel about neurospicy, but I guess we're so cinnamony that I should just accept neurospicy. But this was my first ever deck, and like annotate it, use it like a study guide instead of acting like it's precious. Because the thing that I love about tarot is that it's a tool. It is functional. It's art that's functional. So it's meant to be like bent and like gunked up. And I've had this since like at least 2016, if not longer, and it's still held up pretty well. So if you invest in a good one, you'll have it for so many years to come. And they're really affordable. It's like one of the most affordable ways to acquire a large volume, like a large quantity of art without sacrificing quality. I don't know, I'm a designer first. Designer first is always how my brain works. And again, the ADHD fueled impulse purchases. But some of my favorite decks are ones that my gut was like, you have to get this. You have to make it work. You will find flexibility in your budget, like something will budge and it will be so worth it. And I'm glad that I've been listening to it because we've had fan favorite decks that have introduced us to new friends and influenced choices that I've made. I found a thank you card that I sent in 2016, and that was the domino effect for me moving into my current goose nest. I moved in last year, 2023. So like the power of handheld physical art is unmatched, and it can't be replaced by AI. Like there's never beating that. That's gonna be here forever, right? Same with theater. Live face-to-face communication and storytelling gonna be here forever. So there you go. But there's like a wives' tale that your first tarot deck has to be gifted to you. No, why? Like, why be that precious about it? Especially if somebody's gonna gift you like a stuffy one that you're not gonna use, like an old school one that you have no interest in, and it's just gonna collect dust. Like, don't hold yourself to a standard of perfectionism, because it's really not that serious. It's fun. This stuff is meant to be fun, so just allow yourself to have fun with it in the way that you think you would have fun interacting with it, because it's meant to be interactive. It's meant to be interactive. So, again, Barnes & Noble, spirituality section. I don't recommend it, but I've made some really good books, and I can always recommend books, materials that I found through there. And also, like, support your library. If you ask your library, they would probably pick it up, even if it's weird, even if it's spirituality. I guarantee you there's a library out there. There's libraries out there that have Legos that you can borrow, like Lego sets that you can build. I guarantee you there's libraries out there. And interlibrary loans. You could get a tarot deck in your hands, or a guidebook, or a tome, or I'm going to show you free resources later. So, but also use me as a resource. Like, I'm here every other night, 6 p.m. Eastern. Just like, ask me. I can probably give you a breadcrumb that you can go down a giant rabbit hole with and get sucked into a time vortex, and then ADHD fueled impulse, whatever, you know? So, double-edged sword. I don't know what swordsmith is cornering the market and making all the swords double-edged these days, but be warb, one of my favorite old Tumblr posts. Yeah, I would love to share pics of the deck. We have a channel in our Discord server, which anyone is welcome to join. I know everyone and their mother Goose has a Discord server. Ours is very low-key. I don't even ping as much as I should, to be honest, because I'm more of a bird app kind of guy. I'm more of a Twitter silly goose, but even now I'm trying to move to Blue Sky. But I'm at Goosetown on all socials, so wherever your home nest is, I migrate to you. I go to you. But if you are interested in sharing, the place to do that would be, it's currently titled the Astrologer's Tent, but I'm looking to find more of like a Katrina Animal Crossing vibe. Like, we need a spring cleaning. I did my spring cleaning in the studio, and we're gonna do a spring cleaning in the Discord server in March, once it's actually spring. And daylight savings, be warb. I think it's like March 10th. I'm gonna have to update all my graphics so that they say EDT instead of EST, and I already did all that. I'm just gonna have to actually like put them in. But anyway, that's why we do EGT, Eastern Goose Time, because we're all silly geese here. But yeah, so like, I was a high schooler. I didn't know what I was getting. We got the Tales of the Mystical Cats, but it has a fabulous foreword, so never skip. The best parts of books, to be honest, the best parts of stories are the parts that aren't even the stories themselves, like that aren't even the meat. It's the appendices. This one has like thumbnail sketches in it, and thought process, and notes, sketches from Mickey Mueller's old wooden art table. Like, I'm so process oriented because when I was final product oriented, I just didn't get anything done ever. I just didn't ever finish anything. So I'm an open book, and when you do open your own book, if I give you a book recommendation to open, make sure you read about. You don't skip the foreword, don't skip the appendix, don't let it rupture. I don't know, all that stuff. Oh gosh, I better knock on wood after that one. Yeah, so that was my first ever deck, but I will admit, much like video games and Twitch and all of my hobbies, learn from my mistake. That's how you burn yourself out. Don't ignore the things that bring you joy in life, because then you will be depressed and burned out because you get stuck in a productivity thought spiral, and it's the only way is down in that realm. So yeah, so I thank you for the hydrate. Mander saw me pick up that coffee cup and went, no ma'am, Mother Goose, you better stop that. Mother Goose, you better stop that right now. Hey, thank you for the hydrate. Thank you for the hello drate. I appreciate you. Yeah, so, yeah, the graphic novels are the extras. Like, my favorite parts of movies were always, or like DVDs, were always the director's commentary, the behind the scenes, the bloopers. No wonder I ended up being a stagehand for many years, like a decade plus, but again, neither here nor there. But I did find my way back full circle. So I shelved the deck. I used it a little bit, just enough to kind of set myself up for success with it. And I followed the forward. And there's a lot of magic in here. Read the reviews always. Read the reviews always. Because sometimes people will peddle you nonsense. As we all know, with the fact that TikTok has turned into QVC, apparently, as of late. It's so annoying. You don't need the territorial deck that everyone and their mother goose is making commission off of. You do not need the territorial deck. It's probably upcharge. If you want it and it's shiny and it brings you joy, by all means get it. I'm not trying to yuck your yum. I'm just saying, like, you don't need all the shiny things that the creators are trying to go ahead and peddle to you because it makes them money, right? But if you ever like a deck, speaking of peddling, if you want to support the channel, if you're gonna buy a deck anyway because you see a recommendation here, that is the Tales of the Mystical Cats. And that one, I don't have an affiliate code for that, but I'm slowly but surely generating affiliate codes. It takes like 20 seconds to do. But if you ever want to buy a deck or something that you see on stream, please tell me beforehand and I will get you an affiliate code, and I will do it so quick. Although it's so easy for me to do, but it supports the channel financially, and it's always the YouTube descriptions are always affiliate links. So yeah, in 2016, it must have been, I sewed this bag. Very crafty. Like it even has a heart bead at the end. And this was all by recommendation of the text in this book, in the forward. And I put Cat's Eye in it, which there's a new Simply Nailogical, a new Hollow Taco line that's like Mars rover themed. And I really want to buy it. I hope I can get the collector's box before it sells out. But they finally did a warm tone collection, and I am the burgundy boy, so I need to get it. I need to get it. It might be on my throne. I don't know. Did I manage to add it to my throne? I think the barista one is on my throne. But it was just my birthday, so I'm gonna splurge either way. But you can also find recommendations of products I like on Throne as well. Is anybody from, speaking of Throne, I'm so glad I brought it up. Is anybody from Soul Reviver present in chat? Nob Nob, have a goose night. Thank you for hanging. Like I said, I'll be uploading this on YouTube, so if you are enjoying the vibes, you can catch up there, if not the VOD, right? I have a package from Soul Reviver via Throne, so maybe after this segment we'll open it, because it's some hot cocoa, and since I've been enjoying this mocha sold Reviver, yeah, I was sold on it. Somebody purchased it off of my Throne wish list, so we'll do an unboxing after this. But again, we're only on slide number 5, so we gotta get going. But lean into the impulse purchases sometimes. Proceed with caution, right? Always read reviews, because you don't want to be fed misinformation. I actually have a command in chat for when I am a victim of misinformation, right? And there is a lot out there with tarot. That's why we have the disclaimer. Yeah, is Ginger here? Did I make the command? Oh no, that's on the to-do list. That's on the to-do list. Okay. Well, it's in the about panels down below. But anyway, please take what I say with a grain of salt, or even a whole salt lamp. Because, like, I'm only 26, right? Like, I'm wise beyond my years, but that's just because I had to grow up way too quickly. It doesn't mean I know everything. Far from, in fact. But I just know who to ask. And that's really what tarot is about as well. So, guiding you to the right figure, the right mentor in your life to go ahead and ask. But yeah, so I shelved, thanks to the theater, I shelved the Mystical Cats for too many moons, to be honest. I, in hindsight, would have liked to utilize the reflective tool that is tarot, I think it would have helped me make some better decisions. But the few times that I did take the time to go ahead and do it, the answers were always very clear, and I was always grateful for the decision that I came to on my own conclusion based off of the breadcrumb or the little nugget of wisdom that came from the tarot. Because the tarot is all about like universal wisdoms, not necessarily universal truths, but like universal messages and situations. Something we've all been able to relate to in one way or another at some point throughout our life, or will in the future. So you might as well be prepared. That's what stories are all about, right? Relating, feeling understood, feeling listened to, feeling heard. So I tabled it after 2016, and then I revisited it with Lockdown. That was another silver lining, much like art, and the return to my art as a practice, as opposed to art as a product or as an assignment, right? As a practice, as a joyful activity and enjoying the process. I did the same with tarot. So I had a very messy breakup. Surprise. Everyone and their mother Goose has a messy breakup and opens up Biddy Tarot, aka Bridget, Everyday Tarot. Where's my deck? This deck. Biddy Tarot. Listen, it's how it goes. It was a guiding light for me, and I should have walked away from that situation much sooner than I had, but my people-pleasing tendencies, I don't know that I ever would have reformed from it if it weren't for the like TikTok and social media hole that I fell into. A running theme in my life is happening to be in the right place at the right time. And the For You page, the algorithm, back when it was at its peak and I really had the time to refine it and meld it and sculpt it. Oh, I said meld. That's funny. And sculpt it. It really was a wonderful resource and tool because I knew to take it with a grain of salt. But I came across live streams where people were imparting knowledge and dispelling misinformation. So that's why I have a YouTube video outlined for like tarot misinformation, like dispelling rumors and common misconceptions. So that will be on the YouTube later this year as well. Yeah, it's gonna be good, but I'm so grateful. Again, I'm big on silver linings, even though it is cliche, that I started to take that as a practice and take yoga as a practice, like mindfulness, rather than just talking about it and not actually doing it a little bit every day. And it's the same, like Cherney's big on doing writing sprints, or Busu. Neff's big on Busu. Like, as an ADHDer, the all or nothing thinking is really difficult to cope with. But once I got my vitamin B12 levels back up to a reasonable amount, it actually became pretty darn easy. Because you have to stack these habits. And I found that the pseudosciences are a little more intriguing. And since we have an interest-based nervous system as ADHDers, it was my gateway drug. So if I can be your gateway drug, that would be like an honor. But I also have an addictive personality, so like, proceed with caution. Don't just take a grain of salt, take the whole salt lamp. But I'm, again, very grateful for the helpful nuggets of info that cross my For You page, and I'll make a whole video about that, and maybe I can even find my sources. I know how to use the search feature of the Clock app, TikTok, almost as well, if not better, than Google. And Google, you can really, really, like, refine your search if you know how to, especially if you have a librarian to hook you up with a cheat sheet. We got some tarot cheat sheets. We got some of those goodies as well. Tuesday, if you're interested in cheating your sheets, Tuesday, 6 p.m., we are doing a tarot study hall. We are sitting down and I'm like Xeroxing my favorite spreads. We're blowing them up. We are getting out a 3-hole punch and we are compiling like a tarot tome, like a book of shadows for tarot. It's going to be good. Yeah. So drop a follow if you haven't already. And again, we have anonymous follows enabled. Hi, Numi. Welcome in. It is so Goose to see you. How you doing? And Crazy 8. Oh my goodness, so many friends. Hi. We're just getting started. Y'all are coming in at the perfect time. Granted, I've been saying we've just been getting started for hours, but I mean, this is the welcome sign. So please, Yugis, jump in, like relate your own stories. We're taking part of MSV Con at the moment. So if you are interested in like storytelling as an art form, and I have some big announcements later. Oh, crazy. You're really going to like one of the announcements that I have later. I'm excited. So it's so good to see you. Welcome. So many familiar, friendly faces. It's always a pleasure, especially when I have to stare at my own friendly, familiar face. But yeah, we're talking tarot, and if you have no point of reference for tarot, I know based off of the chats that I've had with you in your own streams, the two of you, Numi and Crazy, you both have your own point of reference, and it's really interesting. For example, Crazy 8 played one of those, like, it's not a tome, the like visual novel games, and tarot was a big one. So the YouTube channel, I'm telling you, I'm gonna do a whole video on like tarot in Silent Hill, tarot in what's that other horror game, tarot in The Quarry, like those kind of videos, like analysis videos. So if you like this like very presentational style stuff, YouTube is the place to be. Hey, you're very welcome. I'm like, Numi, I love when you use the thank egg, because you know, we're trying not to keep all our eggs in one basket, right? So there we go. But yeah, so again, the purpose of this presentation is not to dispel any of those like misconceptions. We do that over on the YouTube, or we will. We're just getting started. If you could help us get to 100 subs, I'm getting goosebumps right now. It would help a lot. That's like the first milestone for monetization over on YouTube. And I think we get like merch shelves when we do that. And we have really adorable merch. The pre-release merch is available now. If you want a little Goose Towne t-shirt, I Heart GT, a parody of no other large tourist destination in the United States in particular. What do you mean? Covered under parody law. Covered under parodies laws. Okay. So again, not the purpose of this presentation. But we will continue onward. But I am an open book, so if you feel like you have one, call it out. Phone in. Write it down in the comment section below, and I will respond to it as we go. Okay, so onwards. This is part of MSV Con. The theme this year is storytelling. So let's talk about the narrative of tarot. Now, this is like Goose's declassified tarot survival guide, okay? Like tarot for dummies, except it's not for dummies, it's for fools, because it's the fool's journey. Hey! So this is the structure of the tarot. So here is distilling it to its most essential forms, okay? The fool's journey. That is just a term that is synonymous with narrative, with tarot. The fool's journey is a turn of phrase that can be used interchangeably with just the word tarot or the words tarot deck. So tarot is the deck. The cards as a pile make up the tarot, and then the fool's journey, is the narrative, the story being told through the cards. Now, when you hear about tarot, one of the first things you're going to hear is major arcana and minor arcana. And it's like, whoa, what is that? What is that? Here's what it is. So the minor arcana, they're just like a suit of playing cards. This blew my mind when I was first introduced to this facet of tarot as a concept. If you have a deck of playing cards, 52 pickup, you can do a cartomancy reading right now. I'm talking to you. You can go and do a tarot reading right now with the deck of playing cards that you probably have in your junk drawer right now, with no level of prior experience. I'm telling you. That is how ubiquitous tarot is. So everyone's like, why is everyone talking about tarot right now? Girl, we done been talking about tarot. We already been new since like the Middle Ages, like illuminated manuscripts. This ain't new. This is not new. It is really that simple. We just don't think of it that way because we think of it in terms of playing cards. But it's that simple. Crazy, enjoy your work, Lark. Thank you so much for stopping by. I really appreciate your being here, and enjoy the chit-chatty. I hope you find it to be beneficial toward your productivity and, the body doubling of it all. Thank you for stopping by. Pleasure having you in Goose Town as always. Okay, so the major arcana is an additional suit. An additional suit. And I know, we're like, who's wearing all these suits anyway? Those capitalist bigwigs. Peddling all those territorial decks via the clock app, which is now QVC. God, that was bad. Ugh. So, the major arcana is a supplement to a traditional deck of playing cards. But again, you can do cartomancy. Cherney does it all the time. Cherney has a cartomancy stream and uses, like, traditional playing cards. And non-traditional playing cards as well. But you can read tarot with anything. It's just cartomancy, which is just a fancy way of saying, like, using cards as a tool. It's not even predictive, like the way that Cherney and I personally use it. It's not like predicting your future. We're not gazing into a crystal ball. We're not rimage pondering. We're not up pondering our mage orb. Like, we're just holding up a mirror. We're just using it as like a conversation starter, like an icebreaker, like food for thought. Because there's always something you can relate. People are like, oh, your readings are always spot on. And they are, because I'm good at what I do. But in addition to that, there's always something to be gleaned from a reading. So that's why once a day, I always do a reading, every day. It is one of the only constants that I've managed to scrounge up in my life. One of the only habits I've managed to stack onto other habits to actually get done every day, along with Busu. So there you go. So again, the major arcana is a supplementary suit that precedes the other suits. Now, major and minor should just tell you, breaking it down, big picture, small picture, right? Macro lens, micro lens. But all of it is the Fool's Journey. But again, the minor arcana is divided into 4 identical suits, just like a deck of playing cards, and they actually correlate to them. But more on that in a moment. So it's tarot, it's all the Fool's Journey, and the Fool starts in the major arcana, and then proceeds through each of the minor arcana suits as like very distinct narrative chunks. So it's a tale in 5 acts. It is a hero's journey, a tale in 5 acts. There you go. If you're a more visually oriented person, this is the same information. But the minor arcana, 4 parts, just like a deck of playing cards in the 4 suits. So 28%, if you do the math, it's quick maths in it. 28% is the major arcana. 72% is the minor arcana, and if you're good at the quick maths, that's 18% for each individual 4 parts. But all of it is the Fool's Journey. So there you go. You are now caught up on the jargon. Just breaking it down, very fundamental. The narrative structure of a tarot deck. Simple as that. All right. Now, the major arcana, where we begin our journey. Our tale begins in the Mountain Shade Village. Where did this extra suit come from? And who is wearing these suits anyway? So this is an example. And again, this is very esoteric stuff. And every artist has their spin on things. There's a few, they're meta places to pull inspiration from. This ties back into the artists together vibe. The 7 deadly sins. Astrological signs. Hear no evil, see no evil, speak no evil. Everyone and their mother has an interpretation. Everyone and their mother Goose does one of these at one point or another as an artist. It is a rite of passage, okay? So that's why you see everyone and their mother Goose making a tarot deck over on Kickstarter. Everyone and their mother Goose? In case you would like to perhaps check out my profile, which I just made public on Kickstarter, for a future rite of passage. Perhaps. Eyes emoji. But here's an example from Wikipedia, returning back to the topic at hand. This is the Tarot of Marseille in the author's graphic style, right? So it's oftentimes people will collaborate. As an artist, I love to collaborate with the right people, with my birds of a feather, right? That being said, some people are very particular about how they want everything done, and they work better individual. They work better solo. So I'm still trying to figure out eventually I'm gonna make a tarot deck. That has to happen. That has to happen. So if you want to follow along that journey, follow me here, follow me on socials, follow me on Kickstarter. It will happen one day, ideally before I'm 30, but you can't rush goodness. Crunch time is no goose. So, and I am merely at the fate, the hands, the what word am I trying to think of? I'm merely at the fate, the discretion, the help, I need help. I'm merely at the, I'm putting on my glasses to feel smart. I don't know, it'll come to me. It'll come to me and I'll scream later. Oh, I just knocked over my con badge. I'm merely at the will of my bird brain. we'll say that for now as a placeholder breadcrumb. So we're going to get into even older decks, but this is a great example of the major arcana, right? The key figures that we will see again and again later on down the line. So these archetypes are often found in literature, in storytelling, because again, they're meta, they're universal. Everybody can find their own point of reference for these very universal archetypes, which is why you always see it in a unique style. But again, very, very esoteric. It's been here forever. It's not new. So people love to complain about it like it's new because it's a hot topic at the moment in mainstream pop culture. But like, it's been here forever. It's just we're more global than ever, and everybody has their niche. So it's why we're hearing about it more. But you know, people said the same thing about newspapers when they first came out. They were like, everybody in the coffee shops or nobody wants to talk to each other in person anymore. And it's like, okay, buddy, we're Victorian. What do you want from us? Like, it's very silly. But again, this is from Wikipedia. A few of these I tried to reference. I tried to include all the sources because credit to the artist is not credit, right? So I tried my best to include sources as we go along. But I, again, will refine this on my own time, but we'll distribute the link. We'll distribute the link this evening. But I'm telling you, wikipedia.org/wiki/tarot. You can even... Wikipedia is great, okay? Take it with a grain of salt, but like, honestly, your English teacher in the 3rd grade was wrong. Or, well, I just aged myself. Wikipedia probably wasn't around for some of you geese when you were in the 3rd grade. I'm baby, okay? Remember, I just turned 26. But your English teacher was wrong. It is a useful source, but it's more of like a roadmap, like a road sign to point you in the direction of the reliable source. And then the onus is on you to fact check your source. So again, the minor arcana suits, it's just a deck of playing cards, okay? It's really that simple, you geese. And it's so on the nose that like I always overthink it because it's so simple. The suit of cups, I have it written down on a cheat sheet. The suit of cups, that's your heart. What did I just drop? What was it and where did it go? Oh, it's my hair clip. She served her time. Ooh, my eardrum is crack-a-lackin', and not in the good way. It's really this simple, you geese, okay? If you wear your heart on your sleeve, then you would fall in the suit of cups. If you are fiery about your passions, you belong in the suit of spades. Because that's a double-edged sword. Your passions, right? Wait, no, not spades. Clubs. I meant clubs. Violence. I always get those two mixed up. I always have. I think I always will. I think that's just a quirk of mine that I grew up with. But the suit of clubs is the suit of wands, because you're willing to like club other people down to get your way about whatever you're passionate about, right? Swords. The suit of swords rules the realm of ideas. Calculations. If you're a very heady kind of goose, if your bird brain is bigger than mine, you would belong in the suit of swords. That would be your clan, so to speak, which is the spades, the pointiest of the basic card suits. I should have nabbed a deck of playing cards for this presentation. I'm silly. I might have one. It's right here if I do. Where are you? And I'm so sorry. Super don't. Super don't. But I have all my tarot decks, and we'll do a tarot tour at some point. If anyone's interested in a particular deck, we do have a menu command that we can look at. Now, the suit of pentacles is usually referred to as the suit of coins. I probably should have just called it coins, but that's all a pentacle is. It's a coin. It's a form of currency. It's just a fancy way of saying it, and it looks like a pentagram. Fives are kind of important in the numerology, structure, stability, yada yada. But diamonds, money. Diamonds, money, coins, diamonds, coins, diamonds, diamonds, coins. You buy them and with both, right? It goes both ways. So there you go. That's as simple as I can get it. Cups, you wear your heart on your sleeve, you're very emotional. Wands, you're very passionate and fiery, and you're willing to like club. You want to be in the cool kid, the passionate club. Swords, you are sharp with your calculations, you're speedy, you're swift with your thoughts and your actions. And then pentacles, practical, money, diamonds, down to earth. There you go. Fun fact. Again, back to the idea of like children were meant to be seen and not heard. I used to think that passion was a dirty word. I used to hashtag cringe at the word passion. And if that isn't one of the saddest, like, one sentence sob story, that shows you how bullied I was for being a visibly queer, like, neurodivergent kid. The high school bowl-ease. The bowl-ease. Okay, so again, I always talk about Biddy Tarot. So this is real-life lessons from the Major Arcana with Rachel Pollack, Barbara Moore, Benabel Wen, Sasha Graham, Bridget Esselmont, and more. And this is a free... Nope. A free... I think I got it here. Oh yeah, the meanings of the Major Arcana tarot cards. So this is biddytarot.com, and I also have an affiliate link, and I can make more if there's something else in this guide. This is like the one-stop shop for learning tarot, which is why I'm like, why would you pay on TikTok for the tarotorial deck that you don't need when you can just use a deck that you enjoy and supplement it with an online free database? And they also have printables. You can just print this out at your library for free. For free. Knowledge is power, and there's so much knowledge out there on the internet, right? But again, I think that has our affiliate link. Nope, it doesn't. But this deck used to be that deck, but they've since come out with a new deck, so I'm on the old deck because we're old school. And we usually are. But again, this is meanings of the Major Arcana tarot cards. So I just found this straight from that link. Ooh, Eight of Swords, victim mentality. It's like so simple. They've really distilled it. It's the encyclopedia of tarot. It's a really great resource. You geese, you cannot get simpler than this, okay? I love it. It's great. And this is all I did. Get your free reference guide. Now, I did a different cheat sheet, but I'm going to print them both out on Tuesday. So this is the real life lessons, the Major Arcana. I didn't have time to fill this out on my own, but you know what? This resource is probably better anyway. So this is Bridget. She's great. She's a good egg. Yo Erica also. This is why Yo Erica and I get along so well. The Fool! Oh my gooseness. This is exactly what I wanted to do. And then didn't get a chance to. Yeah, the Waite Smith Tarot, 1909. I'm telling you, the stuff is not new. There's so many decks, but this resource is amazing. And it's so interesting to see. Again, there's a meta. like every artist has their own spin on things, but there really is like a structure and a standard for the way that we depict tarot with this art. And I love that this has like testimonials and everybody's links, and in appreciation. Oh, is any MSV staff in here? This in appreciation is exactly what I was looking for earlier. This is exactly what I was talking about. Is it, it might be past their bedtime, because I think it might be. But, this is really good stuff. And I'll make a sticky note to post this. In appreciation, channel examp, and then there was another, oh yeah, resources, goodie bag. Great. Okay. I will remember that, because again, I think it's past everyone's bedtime. Because they had a very early morning, but I'm a night owl, so I'm the after party, right? But yeah, here's the Fool. Oh, okay, you got that? Okay, good. I'm still gonna post it. Thank you for the snoop. But Cherney, this is exactly, I think this being a channel in MSV, and then it has everybody's like main point of reference. I think this would be a great goodie bag, doggy bag kind of thing. As well as like one for our own resources that we would like to distribute, to dole out. But yeah, so key players, I'm pulling it from here. I don't know how deep down this rabbit hole we're gonna get, but this is what I mean when I say it's the Fool's journey. And again, everyone has their own point of reference, their own interpretation. 1450! 1450! Can I make you small? Nar, I can't do it. 1450! This stuff is esoteric. It is old. It is an allegorical figure. Like every piece. There's a concept in theater called Chekhov's gun, right? Anton Chekhov is like, if you're gonna put a rifle on the wall, it's gonna be used, right? Like, someone is gonna fire it, someone is gonna use it as bargaining, someone is gonna tell a story about it, but if it is on stage, we are going to perceive it as an audience, whether consciously or subconsciously. It is part of the environmental storytelling. And that is what tarot is all about. It's like a masterclass in environmental storytelling, told in the costume design. The Fool is, look at the composition. The Fool has his head in the clouds. He's about to walk off a cliff, and this dog is trying to warn him. Yeah, he's holding a rose. Why is he holding a rose? He's holding a bindle. Why is he holding a bindle? Why is he dressed so flamboyantly? This is not appropriate footwear to be going on a hike. Like, you don't have to dissect every single bit. Because again, we do this subconsciously. And this is universal. This applies to all stories. But a tarot card symbolic of your own limitless potential. So, the Fool goes through, I mean, he falls off this cliff edge, presumably. It's assumed, right? And that launches us all into what is his journey or their journey. So each card is numbered. The magician is number 1 because it is the fool, number 0. The fool's first stop on the journey. The magician equips him with all the tools. Churney is our magician for the sake of MSV Con. Churney knows all the tools and is willing and eager to equip us Mountain Shade villagers with the appropriate tool, right? So in this context, Churney represents the magician. But it's our duty to wield the tools. The readme and the documentation don't mean anything if we don't utilize them and wield them ourselves, right? So, yeah, there's like real life lessons. It's so easy. It's so applicable. And they have their own stories. So this is 71 pages. 71 pages. But I'm not gonna get lost in the weeds here. I'm just showing you a resource. But again, these are the major themes, because this is the major arcana that we first journey through, the big picture, the macro lens, zoomed out. And then these same archetypes reappear in each individual suit. But no, this is the macro, that would be a micro, in a more day-to-day basis, as opposed to zoomed out big picture. Right now we're zooming in a little bit. But the Empress would correlate to very queen energy. But you know, an empress is a much bigger, grander version of a queen. Because it's an entire empire, not just a kingdom. You see what I mean? It's like very storytelling, very like conventions. Tarot is all about conventions, and we are relying on these conventions. But we're not even relying on them, we're using them as tools, as shorthands for our own storytelling that we are overlaying as a layer on top of there. Because we're like ogres, which are like onions, and we have layers. So there's all these archetypes, right? Like Maiden Mother Crone, the Lovers, like the Chariot, the Wheel of Fortune. Like, where do you think the Wheel of Fortune came from? Okay, that turn of phrase came from somewhere. The Hermit. One of my pinned TikToks to this day is a reading that we were doing on stream, and I was like, we're gonna pull a really nice minor arcana card for you. It's gonna be so good. It's gonna be easy and you know, happy-go-lucky. Except, just kidding. I'm gonna eat my own words right now. And then I flip it over, and it's the Hermit. It's the Hermit. So there you are. Do with that what you will. But one time I did a big spread, and it was, I was told, I have a journal, because this is glorified journaling, you geese. It's really that simple. It's glorified journaling. And I did like it was the biggest spread I had done at the time. I think it was a 9 lives spread. Yeah, your cosmic assignment when you entered this life, the Hermit. I pulled this in December of 2021. Though he prefers solitude, the occasional visitors are welcome. There must be some effort to gain the fruits of his wisdom. This is why I'm like, I am offering myself as a resource, but you geese have to come to me. Because according to the tarot, my cosmic assignment when I entered this life is to be a hermit. To be an introvert. I might be a chatterbox, but I'm very introverted. I'm not gonna come to you, you gotta come to me. And Churney's gonna lurk right now. Churney, have a goose night. Thank you very much for the lurk. Again, this will be uploaded to YouTube for posterity. But I'm gonna zoom back out, but that should give you a fundamental understanding of these are just like archetypes. It's so much simpler than I thought when I first started. Like, and it's all relatable. You can always find at least one facet of a tarot card, because there are so many like individual bits of imagery and environmental storytelling and hand props and all that jazz in the tarot. So, like, tomorrow, a bunch of you geese are going to get the Sunday scaries. You're going to get that dopamine drop with the con ending or the raid train ending. You're going to be like, oh, yesterday was such a high, and now I'm at such a low. I have the Sunday scaries. I don't want to go to work tomorrow. I don't want to go to my 9 to 5 or my whatever. I don't want to go back to face reality. I enjoy the weekend. That is tower energy. That is the death card. That is the devil energy, the 3 of swords, right? Like the lovers reversed, like this catastrophizing, doom and glooming, doom posting on main. Another unwritten, written, spoken rule of Goose Towne of like what we don't do here is the doom posting on main, because you're lowering the vibrations. Oh my god, I'm gonna get out my crystals. It's a crystal, nothing more. So again, are major arcana cards more important than minor arcana cards? Who's to say, right? Are 3 card spreads more significant? You know, it like, that's neither here nor there. You know? Like, major and minor make it sound more important, but it's not like... It is very straightforward, but at the same time kind of counterintuitive. It's easy to conflate, which is why there's so much misinformation on TikTok. But yeah, spiritual influences, life lessons, and karmic energy in our lives. There you go. Those are the running themes of tarot. Those are the narrative motifs. Another motif, another shorthand. It's just numbers, okay? I know you see numerology and it sounds so fancy because it's just a fancy way of saying numbers. Numbering. Numerology just means like, oh, the methodology of numbers, of numbering, picking a numbering system. It's just numbers. Chances are you can count on 2 hands. Assuming you have all your appendages, you can do it too. You at home with your deck of playing cards and your 2 hands, right? I actually have a point of reference for numerology that I really like. This is the Book of Spells. This is the vintage edition of the Book of Spells. So I'm going to go ahead and show the desk cam now. Oh, how fun. Oh, how fun. Ain't it fun? Oh no. I need an adult. Oh, I need help. Okay. Hi, Pickles. Bye, Pickles. Okay, we're getting colder. We're getting colder. We're getting... Ah, there we go. All right. Sorry about the keystoning. This is odd. Why is it auto-focusing? Stream Deck. Are you not doing your job today? As a shock to literally no one. Oh, it's not. Mr. Electric, send him to the principal's office immediately. Oh, I'm making it worse. Oh, the keystoning is getting worse. You know what? It's not gonna be perfect. It's not gonna be perfect. It's not gonna be perfect. But I will. Turn off autofocus because that is annoying. And I'll zoom in a little bit. There's a little applet that I've been meaning to buy so that my cameras stop having identity crises all the time. Because as much as I love my Stream Deck, Um, sometimes likes to forgore. And I know it's bouncy. It won't be once I get this fixed. So pay no mind to the bounciness behind the curtain. If it loads, it's gonna load. It's gonna load. I know, super kitschy, right? This is even the vintage edition, but zoom, zoom, zoom. So maybe it was just that one parameter that it didn't seem to like. Which is fine. It's fine. I know this is kind of like... grainy, but we'll get there. Actually, what... I'll get rid of this. That will help. Now that we're into the desk segment... I might as well. Goodbye. Goodbye. Great. That will help me be a little less bouncy. So, The Book of Spells Vintage Edition by Nicolas de Pulford. I wanted to specifically... Hi, Kate. There's your bookmark. Magic by numbers. And also, there's color theory in here as well. It looks like I'm just a hair out of focus. Aha! Numerology has a place in magic and can help you decide which numbers bring you luck or are dominant in your life. It is too simplistic to divine an entire personality from a number. Cautionary tale, right? But especially since it was my birthday, it's like these things are so simplistic that we might as well wield them as a tool because it's right there, you know? But don't make it your whole personality. There is a number that occurs repeatedly in your life. There is. You have no choice about it. There is. So to find your personal number, you can do that, but I'm not really too interested in like personal number. That's a little too witchy for me at the moment. Just not the topic of the current moment, but numbers, and they also have color associations as well. So I'll let you take a little peeksy-weeksy. But 22, I'm pretty sure there's 22. Are there 22 numbers in the major arcana? Did we decided that, right? That for sure is facts. Oh, you geese, I'm telling you, it's all connected. And I knew this, and I should have trusted my gut. I knew this, and I should have trusted my gut. So 22 is the master number, in air quotes, and incorporates the supreme qualities and attributes of all other numbers. Oh, you can really see that. So the numerology in tarot is very intentional. Like, it is drawn from witchcraft. So you can use it to make simple decisions. I use numerology to decide like what volume I'm gonna set my music at. Like, it's, you gotta pick a number anyway, so like why not? It's just so silly that I enjoy the silliness. But if I'm losing you here, that's fine. Like, I'm not trying to push anything on you. I don't. You do you. But it is objectively intertwined with tarot, right? So it is important for our understanding in the narrative. Because it defines all of the individual suits. So like 1 is the start, 10 is sort of a completion. Now 10 isn't listed here, but for tarot that's definitely the case. And then like lucky numbers are big, 7 is magic and uncanny. Like these are associations that come from nature in many ways. And then there's also color magic. I just find this to be a very handy reference. I would drop this into the presentation, but I would get in trouble for that. So not gonna go ahead and do that. But copyright stuff. I'm gonna put this bookmark back in there because I love it so much. Oh, and also like phases of the moon. And this is what we're doing. We're just like helping you get started. And it's natural magic. It's not even really occult, but it is often seen as being very occult. Interesting. There's no reference to tarot in the index. But again, that's the Book of Spells. Nicola de Pulford. This says, bring the power of the good to your life, your love, your work, and your play. Again, there's a methodology that resonates with everyone. That I guarantee you is a little too far of a stretch for one of you geese right now. At least one of you geese. And that's fine. It's just my point of reference, and I had it literally handy. It was on my shelf. I didn't even have to get up to pick it up. So that's why we are talking about it. But back to the presentation. Oh, well, while I'm here, let's show the structure. So this is out of the Radiant Wise Spirit. So these are different elements. Each of the suits correspond to a different element as well. Cups, they hold water, right? Swords, you cut through the air. Wands, you cast fireballs. I mean, come on. Look at the material. Pentacles, all of our resources come from Mother Earth. So yeah, ace or 1. This is the structure. Beginnings, fresh starts, new ideas. Duality, meeting another, division. 3s, birth, creativity, expansion. 4s, stability, structure, foundation. 5s, challenge, blockage, setbacks. 6s, movement, peace, advancement. 7s, luck, uncanny, mystery, mysterious. 8s, steady progress, results, and familiarity. 9s, wish fulfillment, final adjustments, and realizations. 10s, culminations, finales, endings. And then the pages, or the court cards in a traditional deck of playing cards. Youth, teens, mature. So like, you got the kid, you got the teen sibling, you got the queen, like the mother figure, and then the king, the father figure. Obviously, this is a very old school line of thinking, like a very patriarchal view. So a lot of times we are reclaiming these things, and decks will alter the verbiage or the nounage. For example, the Tales of the Mystical Cats. They are cat mysteries. They've renamed a bunch of the major arcana. Instead of a magician figure, it's just all cats. Their innate magic. Instead of a judgment, it's who's a good kitty. Right? Like, instead of a hanged man, because that's very dark, the floating cat. like a stasis cap. Oftentimes, people will even rename the minor arcana and the court cards. So they're clans instead of suits. We are removing gendered language. We're making progress, right? Like, we're moving forward. And a good deck, the sign of a good contemporary deck is these acknowledgments, right? But in this deck, instead of like page, knight, queen, they are kitten, tom, queen, and king, right? So that's an example of how can we riff on this structure, because that's all that storytelling is. We're all just riffing for the sake of the bit. And then this is my own personal cheat sheet, but we've been over that, right? But this is like an addendum to this. So there you go. And again, we'll look at that even more on Tuesday, because we are, no, I hit the wrong button, but I guess I'll bring up our schedule while it loads again. On Tuesday, we're doing a study hall this coming Tuesday, 6 p.m. If you like the resources, the study guides, we will be compiling the Tarot Tome. The Tarot Tome. Okay, so that's all that numerology is. It's just numbers. It's just numbers. It sounds scarier and more rigid and like intimidating than it really is. It's really simple. And since it is so simple, like, you might as well take advantage of it if you want to take my advice. Like, since you have to learn it if you want to get into tarot, you might as well have it be on your side instead of, like, be an ally instead of an adversary in that realm. But again, like, no shame in the cheat sheets. Learn in your own style. Whatever your style of learning is, I'm sure you found what worked for you in school, or what didn't work for you, probably even more so. So, like, just treat it like you treat anything else. School is all about teaching you how to learn. It was never about the subject. It was never about what you were learning. It's learning how to learn, really. Which I know that's very meta cognition, but anyway. No shame in using a cheat sheet. I still use them. Just to be sure. Just as a reassurance thing. But you probably accidentally use numerology all the time, so you might as well think about it and toss a little bit of intention behind it. Like 1111, make a wish. That's like the very stereotypical one, like the cliche one. But I found myself slipping into the 6 p.m. start time for stream. I just, no matter what I tried, I always ended up back at that 6 p.m. So 6 is about movement, peace, and advancement. And stream, for me, has always been, how can we move forward in my hobbies and my pursuits? How can this be like an accountability method for me? How can I improve my art? How can we study? And then usually we end at like 10-ish. Obviously, we are going way over time today, but I knew we were going to do that, right? But 10s are about culminations, finales, endings. So like 6 to 10, I don't know. Local time, it just makes the most sense for me to do. So I'm like, you know what? We might as well just commit to it, and we'll say that that's the reason. Not that we need a reason. The reason is that it is the schedule that works for me. That's all the reason you need. We are our own bosses here on twitch.gov/Goosetown. But again, it affects us whether we think about it or not, so we might as well like do it intentionally, even if it's an afterthought, right? Because a lot of tarot is just afterthoughts. It's just thinking, oh, that's how that was gonna play out now that I think about it. Yeah, that makes sense. Which again, is why when I started especially, I went through via the journal. And I did like an intuitive, just based off of the reading, because I'm a very intuitive person. That's how I navigate through things. So I just like word vomited the stuff that I liked after doodling the imagery, because it helped connect the dots for my brain, bridge that gap. And then I would go through and like really dive into the literature or Biddy Tarot or like whatever I needed the breadcrumb to contextualize it to my current situation. And then eventually, after doing that every day for long enough, it just clicked, and now it's second nature. I don't even need to think about it. So it's great. But yeah, again, you do it accidentally, so you might as well take like the 2 seconds to think about it. It's just 1 through 10. And it's like 1 is the beginning, 10 is the culmination. So the journey throughout there. It's really simple. So you might as well, again, have it as an ally. I mean, here are our allies, right? All right, journeying. What does it mean to journey? What does it mean to journey? What does it mean to journey, right? A linear narrative that we interact with in a non-linear fashion. What do I mean when I say that? Have any of you geese played Silent Hill? Or like, I don't know, what's your favorite story? What's your favorite piece of media that is told in a non-linear fashion? And when I say that, I mean like there's flashbacks. Mr. Robot is very non-linear. Like my favorite media are the ones that have a linear story, but they tell it in a disjointed non-linear fashion. And that's definitely the trauma. It's definitely like, oh, I repressed a bunch of my memories and I'm revisiting them now, right? Like that's my point of reference. But I would, without inviting trauma dumping, I would just love to hear like what your favorite piece of media might be. We have a bunch of community members that enjoyed the work of Laura Shigihara, aka Super Shigi, and that is all like Rockwind is very non-linear. Let me give Super Shigi a shout out, and I'll do Rockwind and Mr. Saito. Mr. Saito is also like, you know, coming in the amnesia trope, the like, I don't quite remember what happened, so we're putting together the puzzle pieces. So whatever your point of reference is, whatever calls to mind your favorite movie, your favorite book, that is along those lines. Those are just a few examples that I pull inspiration from. That is kind of how we interact with tarot cards. Now, there are some people that are very textbook. They find it soothing to resort their deck after they're done using it and put it back into its original narrative number system. That is so not me. I'm so the opposite of that. Nonlinear novels annoy me. Oh my god, see, it's interesting, like how just like different cups of teas we have. I love Discworld, and the nonlinear and the crossover and the Easter eggs, that is very up my alley. But I understand that that's not everybody's cup of tea. It's so funny that you bring it up because I've been meaning to get back into the Discworld series, and maybe this is my sign. I don't know when I'm going to carve out time to do it, but I love Discworld. But I totally understand why. For a neurodivergent brain, playing hot potato, it keeps things interesting. Like trying to juggle these different storylines, it holds my attention, but I could see it being frustrating if it's not your style of narrative enjoyment. So it is the way your brain is wired, and you go for the escapism. So I could totally see tarot like backfiring in that same way. Because that's the parallel that I'm trying to draw Vampire Bites, which, by the way, let me get you a shout out as well. There you go. Yes. I need to go back and catch up on all the panels that I missed when I was preparing for my own panel today, right? But I would love to do my own, like, write my own TTRPG at some point, but I just don't think that's so not a priority right now. I got other games in the works that are a bigger priority, or other decks. But the way that like we interact with tarot, the story, the structure, the narrative is like almost rudimentary how almost elementary how simple it is, but the interest comes in the variety. We shuffle a tarot deck, right? The intention is to shuffle it like a deck of playing cards. And yeah, you can like choose not to, but like you're kind of defeating the purpose. I'm sorry, I'm gonna say it. If you don't shuffle your tarot cards, you just get a picture book at that point. Like, anyway, that's neither here nor there, but I'm not gonna yuck anyone's yum. Some people find it soothing, they find it mindful, and that's a-okay. You know, I would rather do Sudoku, but anyway. So we interact with tarot in a non-linear fashion, even though the story is really straightforward and linear. Are you following? Like, we shuffle our cards, just like all these images are shuffled, because they're like glimpses, they're facets of whatever we're going through at any given moment, and we can use it as a reflective tool, as a mirror, but it's not, it's a faceted mirror. It's like a prism. Is prism leaked prism? It's like a leaked prism. It's like a leaky prism. I hope Prism is asleep, but I remember last year Prism stayed up way past the bedtime. But yeah, so a linear narrative that we interact with in a non-linear fashion. And the jumper cards are my favorite ones. The ones that jump out at you, literally, you can't get more on the nose than that, is, love it. But yeah, so I totally intended to bust out some literary diagrams and act structures, but it's just like, it is the fool's journey. I don't know how else to draw the parallel of it being like a hero's journey. If I just type in hero in Biddy Tarot, Fool's Journey. Ooh, Oracle cards. I should read that. All right, well, there you go. There's plenty of these resources, right? But the Fool is our protagonist, and we are witnessing glimpses. They do a weekly newsletter, by the way, which, not weekly, but Goose Towne newsletter, coming spoon. Speaking of announcements. Yeah, we're journeying, and we all have different ways of hiking or walking or journeying through life. The crazy walk that is our walk of life or our lifestyle. We all have our different cup of tea. Oh, the Norse Tarot. Ooh. Yeah, it's like, there are so many tools out there, or like divination tools. I don't use tarot as a divination, like I'm not foretelling anything. I'm not foreseeing anything. I'm just reflecting. I'm going backward, mostly. Backward and present, and then sometimes forward. But mostly just like making a decision when I have weighing two options in my hands already. The Norse Tarot, Clive Barrett. This is going to show my location, I fear. So real quick, I'm just gonna go ahead and do this. Oh, it didn't. It actually didn't for once, but Amazon might. I'm just gonna look up images. Ooh, pretty. Ooh, I love all, I mean, it's Norse, you know? But let me bring it back up. There we go. So, I think this is perfect. Like, one of our mods, Innos, is really into Norse mythology, and I feel like I always pull Fenrir for him out of our Tarot of the Divine deck, which is about myths from all over the world. But I love the like, they're not Celtic knots, but the filigrees, the ornamentation of it all. Ooh, vintage. But yeah, I think this is a very good conventional deck, right? Very, very good. Oh, I spelled the name wrong. Sorry. But yeah, it's gorgeous. It's really, really stunning. And I think we all have our own cup of tea, and that's fine. Like, I have my conventional deck. For the purposes of, like, convention's sake. Pun intended. Pun very much intended. But, you know, it's, we all have our own point of reference for every story, and there's a story out there for everyone at this point, because everyone has a story to tell. I heard Silent Hill, love the series. Yeah, Silent Hill actually made their own tarot card for one of the puzzles, and Silent Hill is known for their puzzles, right? I forget what the Silent Hill puzzle is called, or the card. It's I have it in my notes. It's in Silent Hill 3, but again, these like basic archetypes, they come in other forms, much like Vampires saying, like runes. There's other occult esoteric knowledge. Reinstall Paul on YouTube. Reinstall Paul makes very good presentational style videos, much like this, and I'll link him in the comments down below. Someone remind me if I haven't already. But that's the YouTube channel, and he's gone ahead and broken down every individual facet of this occultism and esotericism in Silent Hill specifically. But let me zoom in quick and get the ads away. No ads. No feedback. So many pop-ups. I hate it here. Okay, great. So, oh my god, it's still going. Tarot card puzzle, Silent Hill 3. I'll try not to spoil it, but here we go. The last puzzle. A set of tarot cards that must be arranged in a specific order. So there's a door with these, you know, the yellow paint of it all with video games. And the hand holding, which for puzzles is good. This is a good thing. Let me be clear. I'm here for the hand holding. But this is in Alessa's room. And Alessa, without spoiling anything, is kind of the guiding hand in much of this context. But the door awaiting the tarot cards is here. And 9 spaces. Again, back to 9s. Team Silent, especially in the first 4 titles, very big on this. Very big on the numerology. 9. Oh, Nicole, welcome in. Yeah, we will get you a tarot card pull. It's probably going to be a while. It's probably going to be at least like half an hour at the very least. But we will get you a reading. If you would like a tarot reading, we have a few slots left, but we're going to do them in a batch at the end of the presentation, okay? I might need to use the little Goose's room first. So 9, I'm reading again right out of this book. 9 is for intellectuals and idealists. Alessa Gillespie is a bookworm. It is a number of great strength, self-discipline, and ambition. Again, she is the guiding force in tarot. No, sorry. Well, she made this puzzle, but she's the guiding force in the events of Silent Hill 3, without spoiling anything. But is, like, in the Silent Hill franchise, repeatedly a beacon of resiliency and discipline and ambition. 9 people may seek the limelight and be jealous or fickle. I wouldn't say she's she's not the jealous type, but she does envy. I think there's a nuance there that is beneficial in this context. She's not fickle, but is a victim of her circumstances and is seeking freedom and does so via the limelight, right? So it's like, these are tools and they're so rudimentary and fundamental and simple, like elementary. And they're used so well in Silent Hill. Silent Hill is a masterclass in occultism. It really is. Especially the first 4, the Team Silent titles, the original titles. Amazing. But they did invent their own tarot card in the world of Silent Hill, which would be more of an oracle card in real life. But for simplicity's sake, for video game logic, they have their own tarot card within the world. I'm willing to suspend my disbelief there. It's perfect. Clue contained in the sketchbook on Alessa's bed. I don't want to spoil. But I do want the name of the cards. The Eye of Night. There is no. Is this 22? 10, 10, 2. The Eye of Night. So the Eye of Night Arcana is a fictional card created for the game. The other cards, High Priestess, Hanged Man, etc., are included in a standard set of tarot cards. But they specifically renamed, because I believe it's the World tarot card, but Alessa has plunged the world into darkness, into the Eye of Night, because she is the guiding eye, the all-seeing eye in the context of this game, right? So the World Tarot card is the final card of the major arcana, but they've put their own spin on it within the world of the show. Oh, it's not the world. So it comes after the world. So it's numbered 22, but it would technically be the 23rd card in the major arcana. So it would come after the world, which is really interesting. It's like, oh, the world is your oyster, and then there's another divine being, something greater than the world, beyond even that, which is really fascinating. Oh, I'm getting goosebumps again. But yeah, it's really interesting and esoteric, backed even more historical. The Tree of Life. Oh! Tarot cards in the short message. I need to brush up on my trivia. But I want to find the Eye of Night card. Let me see if I can find it quick. Eye of Night, Silent Hill. I'd love to illustrate it myself. Oh, here we go. The Silent Hill Wiki. Here it is. Oh, it's so cool. Okay. If I can get the ads to go away. Go away! Oh. The quality is subpar. But granted, this video game is many, many years old, like multiple decades old, so it makes sense. But look at how cool that is! And this isn't a real card, they made this for the game! And it's so good. So again, I do want to make a YouTube video where I go down this rabbit hole even further and use clips from the game and stuff like that. But Nicole, funny you say that. Nicole says, are you making your deck? I might be. No, I don't want to make Chrome faster. I might be. Oh no! 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 No, Nicole, I'm so sorry. Shoot. My keyboard is, like, overheating. Essentially. Not necessarily. But, Stream Elements? Hello? Hello? Is it gonna do the thing? There we go. I should have just typed it in the first place. I'm overcomplicating things. So yeah, we are gonna work on an Oracle card today. But if you are interested in a fully illustrated tarot deck, you guys have to understand how large of an undertaking that is. Let's go back to real quick. Well, yeah, the numerology. There are 78 cards plus box art plus book art plus like bonus item like tarot cloth, guidebook, the back. It's like you're going like on the verge of 100 illustrations, right? That is a very large undertaking. So maybe by the time I'm 30, we'll have a Kickstarter launched. But if you want to, like, I don't know if you can follow or whatever, I just made the profile public, but you can see the decks that I've backed, and you can have that in your back pocket, wherever your back pocket may be. Yeah. Oh wow, I thought I was gonna get through this presentation much faster. But we're almost done. So, journeying. Journeying, it looks different to all of us, right? My journey, I'm gonna take my good old time to make sure that my passion project comes out the way that it deserves to and launches appropriately and the production is smooth. So, we're taking it slow. We're being the tortoise, not the hare. And that actually is the perfect segue into the next slide, which is universal themes. Is this hashtag relatable? Vampire Bites, Crazy 8, Nicole, we all just found like our own point of reference. We all found our own hashtag relatable. Ah, Vampire, sometimes I prefer the decks that have their own point of view rather than being more conventional. Our favorite decks here in Goose Towne are the ones that are more, I mean, I'm an Aquarius, I have my individuality complex, right? But if you look at our menu, the ones that are conventional are just like the Everyday Tarot and Radiant Wise Spirit. Mystical Cats is like half and half. I mean, like any cat sitting in the doorway, it's like, do I stay or do I go? I don't know. But, yeah, they're just the better ones. And, like, I have decks we haven't even opened yet. And I have other decks, like, the backlog is comparable to TTRPG gamers or video gamers. Like, the backlog is real because I want to take the time to appreciate and understand and learn and work with each deck. And when you like the more unconventional ones, it takes a little longer to get through them, which is why I'm like, we'll do unboxing videos on YouTube. That'll be how we like slowly chip away at the backlog, because the only way is baby gosling steps, right? So hit the subscribe button on YouTube if you have not already. Again, we're very close to 100 followers, but this presentation is going up there. This is exactly what we talk about. So yeah, again, the parallels, they're so easy. They draw themselves. They really draw themselves. The hero's journey, the fool's journey, it's one for one, right? I could bust out a 5-act structure and literary diagrams, and we just don't need to, because it does it for us, right? There's no need. So continuing on, we are wrapping up the presentation here. Final thoughts. We're elaborating on tarot. That's a placeholder. again, like, I think this was a wonderful aspect. I'm really glad that Cherney suggested we go in the straightforward route, because Cherney usually makes sure that I don't lose the forest for the trees, pun intended, because I will. You know, I usually will. But yeah, like, Cherney does cartomancy as well. Like, I think I inspired Cherney to do cartomancy, and Cherney has inspired me to do this, so it's like very cyclical, uplifting one another, which is what the raid trains, all of this jazz is about. But yeah, Oracle cards are great. I'm trying to get more into Oracle cards, and I have an announcement regarding Oracle cards, in fact. So sit tight for like 5 or 10 minutes, and we will actually make that announcement. But we only have one Oracle deck, but I have added more, like, affirmation. This is not the announcement, by the way. But I've added more affirmation cards and affirmation decks, conversation starter decks, Oracle decks, Etsy decks. Oh, I should have put Etsy on here. I'm going to make a note for myself to go back and do that for the final version of the presentation. Add Etsy to resources. And Etsy has also been enshittified a little bit with the drop shipping, but if you know where to look, then you are the golden goose, then you're golden. But yeah, so that is like the gist of it, because it really is very straightforward, and it is the foundation for us to be able to riff off of and pull our own point of reference, or use in a puzzle, like use tangentially. It's a tool. Tarot is a tool like any other tool, and we wield the tool much like the magician does in order to convey or to facilitate our own journey, our own walk of life through our journey in the tarot. So, again, MSV Con has been such a joy, and it's been such a pleasure to, like, I'm not the keynote speaker, but I kind of became like the after party, like the caboose, the hashtag Goose caboose. So it really has been a pleasure to chat with you all and figure out what your point of reference is. I really like to pick your brains, and I sort of struggle to, because I go off on so many tangents, to pick your brains, which is why having, again with the Chrome faster, Chrome, you're lowering the vibrations as per usual. Get out of here. Gotta switch over to Firefox again. But anyway, since this was a slides deck, and again, I'm gonna share these slides with you geese as soon as we finish. We got like a couple more slides to get through, but it's just like wrap up. The meat is well accounted for. So perfect opportunity to start opening up like the Q&A segment. If you have any like thoughts, it doesn't even need to just be questions. It can just be like opinions or ways that you relate, or like a story that you want to tell. But the floor is now open. Oh no! I hope they turn up. Yeah, so the slides are going to be shared via the Mountain Shade Village link. So the staff of the staff, I forgot that was there. The staff of MSV Con are going to, I'm peeling all the dead skin off my lips. That's how much I've been yapping. Are going to distribute this slide presentation. So you will have to click that link, and then MSV Con more. Oh, and then MSV. I also have merch. The badges are not for sale, but they are for printable. But stories await you. Ooh, I just had another thought that I'm gonna write down. So I'm about to drop the link, but I need to get through like 2 or 3 more slides real quick. Okay, great. Sorry, that was a personal note that if I don't write it down, I'm gonna forget it, and then I'll be upsetty spaghetti. So thank you for bearing with me. Uh, yeah. So like final thoughts. I have so many thoughts. I can talk all the time. This is why we have gotten so chatty. We've moved away from like the very rigid, structured streams and leaned more into the chatting side of things. And I'm still trying to work on getting better at keeping up with chat because I know that I have a tendency to let it fly by because I get like caught up in technical difficulties and stuff. Again, meld also is gonna help with this a lot. This way I'll be futzing less. We spent 2 hours futzing to get ready for this stream, but at least I added the buffer in this time because I knew it was gonna happen. But if you're an artsy fartsy type and you're struggling with the technical side of things, check out Meld. We have a panel in the About panels for that as well, but it's a stable release available now in Mac OS, in the Apple operating system, and the Windows version is in closed beta now. I actually literally just got access to it a couple days ago, like this week. So we will be hashtag streaming with Meld here spoon, and I thought that I was gonna be ready to do art, but we were the Goose Caboose. I was, you know what, time wise, I'm only like an hour behind, but we also had an artist together raid train come in. That's what this is about. So I did say that we have like an announcement, and they are art related. They are passion project and funding, like starving artist related. But before I announce those, before I talk about myself, I want to give you geese some other resources. So here are my favorite resources to, let me see if I can scooch this. Oh, hey, it's Valheim. I played that with Charity. That's funny. Here are my favorite resources. So again, biddytarot.com, which is the Bridget Esselmont, creator of the Everyday Tarot, which we use for the channel point readings 9 times out of 10 because they're short and sweet and bite-sized. And again, these like daily one-card check-ins are just meant to be like, what do I need to know today? What is going well for me? What's not going well for me? What do we need to do to get in alignment with our higher self? But there's like 7 steps to accurate readings. All of these resources. We have a dedicated stream on Tuesday. We're also going to be trying out Pixel Cross. If you like Harvest Moon, there's a Story of Seasons Pixel Cross, but that'll be a short segment. We'll do that before we get into tarot. And then we'll get into... This is our next week's schedule. We're also playing Cult of the Lamb. We're live every other day plus. Because we now are adding a new Monday slot. So I'm giving more opportunities to be chatty, to catch up with you geese, so that hopefully I don't get behind so often. But I'm mitigating my bandwidth as well because I don't want to burn myself out. So there we go. That's the schedule. But the Tuesday stream, the study hall stream, this week is going to be a study hall. We've been doing like co-worky, just chatty, office hour-y vibes, but I have all my supplies. I have a binder book. It's like a hybrid binder notebook. We're going to get stickers. I'm going to get new printer ink. We're going to get all our printables, all the Biddy Tarot stuff, all the someone bought something off of my throne. That's like an ultimate tarot study guide. So we're going to go through all of that. It's going to be the perfect like parallel play, co-worky vibe. But Biddy Tarot is your one-stop shop. They're free. They do a newsletter. We're going to be launching a newsletter in May. No, well, definitely by May. March. In March, we're going to be launching a newsletter. That's one of my announcements. But I really like Biddy Tarot's newsletter, and I'm pulling inspiration from it. And I encourage you geese, if any of this is of interest to you, Biddy Tarot should be your like first stop, because it's kind of your gateway drug. And it's all storytelling driven. I mean, again, we were looking at this this reference guide, and it's all like this is great. Also Pinterest. Trinity loves Pinterest. But like people tell their stories and it's biographical and like they relate to it in their own way, and that's just how our brains work. And I think if you like Twitch, chances are this is going to be your cup of tea as well, because some of our favorite streamers started like Yo Erica. Let me give Yo Erica a shout out. Shout out Yo Erica. It's Yo Erica also fell down the Biddy Tarot rabbit hole, and it is as simple and bite-sized. If you like, you can really manage your day. You can really manage to fit it into your day one way or another, because they will do the really short and sweet, just bullet points. And then if you go, okay, neat, I really want to like learn more about this one particular facet because I'm going through something in my life at this moment that has to do with that, and I want to go beneath that tip of the iceberg, of that particular iceberg, then you can do that. But again, they have like printables, free. This stuff is free, you geese. And even if you don't have a printer, go to your library, sign up for a library card. So Biddy Tarot, stop talking to me, Google. If Biddy Tarot is no good, or if you went down those rabbit holes and the hunger continues, then go to another platform like Kickstarter or even Etsy. I forgot that I want to add Etsy to this. Kickstarter is a great way. We found some of our favorite decks via Kickstarter here as well. That was rude of you. That was not what I asked you to do. We'll get there. So tarot, again, a hot topic as of late. Everyone and their mother Goose has a deck. Again, please, like, I don't know, follow me on Kickstarter, or like add a little notification bell, or like put it in your back pocket, however you want to do, so that it's on your radar, or drop a follow here or on any of my socials when I eventually, and I'm telling you, this is not going to be this year. This is like long term, big undertaking. An oracle deck and or a tarot deck. But that way you will be the first to know, right? That way you don't lose the forest for the trees, right? With the MSV puns. But I mean, my local bookstore, or even my university bookstore had a metaphysical section. My first ever deck was from a Barnes & Noble. Spencer's Gifts sells them. Our favorite deck, Tarot the Divine, was an impulse purchase from a used bookstore. Like, it is more available now than ever. You don't have to go to a specialty like metaphysical shop if you don't have one near you. If you do, support local businesses if you can, rather than ordering it on Amazon. But if the only thing that is accessible to you is like a printable or Amazon, like direct to your door, so be it. Or Abe Books, it's fine. But if you want to level up your tarot game, Kickstarter, Etsy, those are great places to do it. My storefront that I'm working on right now, it's usually just living in like about panels or chatbot commands, but I'm working on my own storefront. So like YouTube /@GooseTowne. You can find me there, and that's like this last 3 hours is all of what YouTube is like about, right? What my little niche on YouTube. I said this earlier, but I want to be the guy that you want to have in your corner when you are releasing your own tarot deck on Kickstarter or on Etsy. I want to be on your PR list to get the publisher's advance copy to have a YouTube video launch the day that your Kickstarter launches, right? That is my goal. So, if you geese could drop a follow over on the YouTube, drop a sub, it's free to sub on YouTube, then that would be a great help for me, just like one extra little breadcrumb, and every bit counts to get me toward my goal. But again, there's a cup of tea out there for everybody. Wherever you gotta go, wherever you like to shop. I mean, even TikTok now is like peddling, it's basically QVC. But back a deck or a guidebook that's up your alley, or buy one that is ready to purchase on an artist independent website. I mentioned that the Tarot the Divine is my favorite. You can order those. That artist, Yoshi Yoshitani, tables at like Emerald City Comic Con. You can go buy a deck. If you don't see it at Barnes & Noble, which you probably do because I bought mine IRL, then you can buy it directly from that artist at their table. I've been meaning to like go to a con that artist is at as well, just because I revere Yoshi so much. Not in a weird pedestal way. I just find Yoshi's work to be so inspiring, and it, you know, aspirational. I don't really get starstruck these days after being a stagehand for so many years, you know. I don't make it weird, but sometimes I worry, you know. But yeah, so right now it's mostly Twitch VODs, but I'm trying my best. My goal is to make bespoke YouTube content, right? Because we have the backlog that we mentioned. I have decks I haven't even opened. I have like a Golden Girls tarot deck, an Elemental Spirit tarot deck, like impulse purchases. And then the Throne wishlist has so many tarot decks. Hi, Enderkid, welcome. So there's going to be a lot of YouTube stuff. Drop a follow. That way you'll be the first to know. I want to utilize the community tab there more. For those of you geese who Discord is not your cup of tea per se. I know it's certainly not mine, but I use it because I like hanging out with you geese. So I muscle through it, even though it my brain just isn't wired for Discord. But yeah, so we are gonna do like readings, like general readings, unboxing videos, and then breakdowns like this. This says trimmed Twitch VODs of breakdowns. I want to go even further than that. Like, I really want to make bespoke YouTube content again. Like, I think getting this like sneak preview of like the Silent Hill one. Now I'm like, okay, I got to play Silent Hill and record my gameplay and interstitch it as B-roll, and the gears are turning, and like illustrate the Eye of Night, like a high-res version, and maybe that'll be like a downloadable on Ko-fi. Like, the gears are turning. That's why I love MSV Con. It always gives me a boost of inspiration, and it's only the second year, right? So check that out. That's coming down the pike. We upload on YouTube every other Thursday is my goal. Every other Thursday is my goal. Eventually, every Thursday would be great, but hiring an editor is not in the budget, and my time is very precious. Especially, the more time editing, the less time streaming. But it's a balancing act, right? And that's what tarot reminds us. The Hanged Man, yada yada. Now, listen. There's so many resources. You're probably overwhelmed. Just ask. Just ask. That's why I'm telling you, those of you geese. Yo, Erica got Nicole into Biddy Tarot too. Yeah, it's so funny. I've been friends with Erica for years. Also, my light just turned off. That's funny. I've been friends with Erica for years, but I didn't realize that we had the same journey to get to where we are today. Erica's just the West Coast to my East Coast, but we're very yin and yang, and I love it so much. I have so many clips and screenshots and clips of Erica's readings. So shout out to Erica. Shout out to Black Sheep Meat. Black Sheep Meat. I'm doing well. We got a super exciting day going on, so I'm like riding that wave. Thank you for asking, Enderkid. I hope you are doing well as well. Yeah, so we have a lot of tarot friends. You can always check out the stream panel. We should make a stream team. I feel like I should be a Twitch ambassador. Is it just me? I feel like I should be a Twitch ambassador. How can we make that happen? You had lunch at her. See, she's so down to earth. And I know that if somebody likes Biddy Tarot, then we are cut from the same cloth. Because it's the down to earth guide. And Erica was actually the one that told me all about how Biddy Tarot like came to be, but they're really like open sourcing tarot education. Like, they're making it accessible. And earlier the story behind the brand. Oh, Biddy Tarot, the story behind the brand. They do blog posts. We need to make a blog also. We need to make a blog. But it began. Oh, this is just a video. There's no transcript. Started in the 90s. And it was just like a personal encyclopedia project. And now it's like the biggest one-stop shop brand for resource ever. It's amazing. Yeah, it's truly a game changer. Yeah, I would love a stream team. I'm part of endless mode at the moment. But I would love to make like a Harvest Moon Friends of Goosetown. Like, you know what I mean? Like a Sister Cities of Goosetown stream team at some point. Oh, when we're a Twitch ambassador, we'll get there. You know, it's gonna happen. It's just a matter of when, right? A matter of when, not if. So, great. Yeah, so that is... I love Erica. Erica inspires me. I inspire Erica. It's so amazing. Again, this is what the whole point of this resource is. Use people. People are your best resource, okay? I know that not all of us are social creatures, but if you ask, like, it's not about always having the right answer, but it's about having the right person to ask, knowing the right person that is the right person to ask that knows the answer. So these are like really cliche soft skills and all that jazz, but TikTok, again, check reviews, take it with a grain of salt. Also, disclaimer, there are a lot of scams out there. I will never approach you. I don't DM anybody ever. Like, my DMs are a hot mess. So, but I will not approach you soliciting a reading. I only do them here on the channel. This is the only place I currently offer readings. But I know there's an interest in like commissions and private readings, and Ko-fi will be the place for that. But as of right now, I'm at full bandwidth. I'm beyond peak bandwidth, actually. I'm on the verge of burnout, actually. So I will let you know when the timing is right. But drop a follow on your favorite social, and I will inform you there. Because I'm telling you, I am everywhere. I'm at Goosetown everywhere. But yeah, so like, don't let anyone discourage you, but also take things with a grain of salt, or a whole salt lamp if you gotta. Continue practicing Westoid queer pseudosciences with us, as our trolls love to tell us. Kickstarter's great, because again, these are real people. You're supporting independent artists who drew stuff by hand, right? Every October now, Kickstarter does we're a sucker for good puns, a witch starter campaign, so they really push the occultism stuff, the oracle decks, the tarot decks, the spooky stuff, the divination, the runes, the Ouija of it all. That's witch starter. If you liked the Book of Spells segment of it all, then keep an eye on Kickstarter, save up some money, so that way when Witchstarter rolls around, you're not getting FOMO from those projects. So set it aside. Don't set up too much money aside, because then you'll get in danger. But, don't stagnate your money, but spend it wisely, and invest in creators, invest in artists. We invested in the Yokai Yoshi deck with that YouTube video, and it was like a learning experience for me. And the artist Bubo Plague stopped by stream, and I got to read the artist's tarot card out of the deck that they illustrated that I backed on Kickstarter, like a full circle moment. So it really is a small world. I mean, going back to grabbing lunch with the Erica, right? Like, people are your best resource, and use us as resources, because we are here on Twitch to be asked questions for a reason. But obviously be respectful of boundaries and parasocialism and all that jazz. Like, don't overstep any lines, but that should go without needing to be said. We're gonna do more unboxings on the channel. I just backed the Arcania, the really gay, pretty gay, homosexual, very gay, very yaoi. They call it the yaoi tarot deck, the Arcania tarot deck, on Twitter. No, it's on all socials. I backed it on Kickstarter, is what I'm trying to say. I wrote a tweet about it. So that'll be here late fall, or no, wait, early fall, late summer, probably early fall. I'm expecting. Kickstarters, there are delays, so it's kind of always like a surprise gift that you find for yourself. But sometimes I'm trying to get in the habit now of throwing people bones and just, you know, if I have a couple cents because I can't back the whole thing and get rewards, just like support it because you support it and you want to see them do a good thing. So, yep. So support your favorite tarot friends. Follow them on socials. There's a lot of free sources to do a portmanteau. Free sources, free resources. There's mobile apps. I caution people away from CoStar. CoStar is notoriously a messy app that lives for drama, so to speak. I personally use Sanctuary, and they pull a daily tarot card for myself every day, and they're very mimetic. They use like pop culture references and GIFs, and they speak my language, which is a lot more easy to understand, especially when you're learning, than stuffiness. And it just gives you an alternative perspective to get your cards read once in a while, which is why we do the tarot card readings. Again, the queue's open. Nicole's the only one in there right now. I said it would be like half an hour. It's been 37 minutes, so it's not too bad. 45 minutes. But there's a lot of free sources. Utilize them. I would love to hear what app you geese use. Horoscopes. Remember, you have a whole chart with these pseudosciences. They get a bad rap because people don't understand them. People conflate them or leap to conclusions. You have more than just a big three, you have a whole chart. So we didn't cover it today, but there's a lot of astrology that ties in with tarot as well. So if that is something you're interested in, let me know. We could do a whole presentation like this, like that. And also, I'm sure Biddy Tarot has articles and articles and articles. And we gotta start a blog. Let's start a blog. But yeah, find your magician to equip you with your starter tools. Churney was our magician, and who knows, maybe I'll be your magician. Maybe I'm not your cup of tea. Maybe you came through the raid train and you can't stand me. That means that I'm doing something right, by the way. That means that I'm doing something right, because I like specificity. And if I'm not your cup of tea, then I don't want you here. I want you to find the person that is your cup of tea. Again, with the reviews. Check reviews. And disclaimer, this is the only place to get readings. I do not solicit. I don't have time to solicit, frankly. I'm too busy. Oh yeah, art. I make art. I'm an artist. Welcome to the art segment of today's stream. I've, on the channel, been experimenting a bunch. Hi, Katya. How are you doing? It's very good to see you. Are you waking up? I forget what time zone you're in. Let me get you a shout out. You love Churney? Yeah, Churney's a good egg. Yeah, so today is a special occasion. So if you want a reading, it is the channel points redeem. I do have to use the little Goose's room before we get into those, but there are also a couple new channel point redeems in there. So if you have enough breadcrumbs, that'll get you in the queue. And if you don't want to spend them, you can wait until next Saturday. But we got a double raid train. We got a very big agenda. By the way, I know we've been yapping for like 3 hours, but we have a lot of ground to cover, and I think we've been doing a pretty efficient job, all things considered. So we are like nearing the third or fourth act of our 5-act play today. Our 5-act storytelling structure. There you go. You got into the queue now. Thank you for going ahead and doing that. Yeah, so I've really been experimenting with my style here on the channel. As you can see, we've been pulling inspiration from a lot of different sources with our cups of tea. And I think that is really like the way you gotta go in order to do this all. So let me know what your favorite cup of tea is, either in chat or in the comment section. And I want to do more tarot themed, more oracle themed fan art this year. So that is part of the announcement. But I needed to make sure I had a gallery of my art for anybody. If you're still here from the Artist Together raid train, thank you so much. Thank you for sticking around. I know this is like tangential to art. We're talking about art, but we are gonna like do some sketching and doodling today. I promise. I promise we will. It's just a long stream. This stuff is worth talking about. I love talking shop. So if this is like the stuff that you like, I want to propose myself as a resource for when stuff comes up. And drop a follow so that way you can find a way back if you haven't already. Just like double check for me. And they're anonymous, so you can do it now and I won't call you out if you prefer not to, right? Yeah, this is all my art. So this is all my art and it's all stuff we've done on stream. Or for a stream. So we got like Dungeons and Dragons original PCs, self-portraits that we did for a TikTok, characters from games we've played. That is a character from Super Shigi's game. So you can check them out there. That's sort of their mascot. It's Saito. Let me see if I can find Shigi. Is it dance? Yeah. So we do mashups because again, I can't just do one thing. I gotta like add a layer on top of a layer on top of a layer on top of a layer because my too much gene, and also I think the devil's in the details. So like that is Leon S. Kennedy, but the S stands for Saito. So it's a llama worm. It's this guy, but he's got to go rescue the president's daughter. Like that energy. Above him is Pave from Animal Crossing. Leprechaun season, St. Patty's is coming up. So we have that Goose that we'll dust off for the holiday as well. We usually dye like a piss-colored beer, like a light beer, bright green for St. Patty's Day. I think it falls on a Sunday this year. We don't stream on Sundays ever. So unless it's like a launch day of something very big, we do not. Sunday is my one day of rest. So we watch movies. We're watching Porco Rosso in the Discord server late Sunday night. But other than like movie watching, we don't stream. But we'll do it on the art day, which is usually Thursday. This is our current schedule. Thursday is usually our art day. So yeah, so we'll do that. We'll do another, I don't know, something St. Patrick's Day themed, 4-leaf clover or something. The Star Tarot card VHS. Can I get a this emote? Yeah. Granny. I miss VHS so much. But you know what? The ASIM community didn't deserve VHS, to be honest. I do think it was stunting my growth, even though I miss it every day of my life. And I'm grateful for the friends that have stuck around with VHS. So yeah, this is part of the big announcement. Experimentations with my own storytelling style, foraying into the wild world of tarot and oracle illustration as we speak. So, oh, Katya, you were so sweet. Thank you. Thank you for the compliments. Yeah, wrote in. Retweet. Can I get some bongo taps? Can I get some bongo taps? This is the big announcement that I've been sitting on for months, years even. It's been very long in the making. Very long in the making. Can we get some bongo taps? Or some goose taps? Goose T6 tap? Or the egg? Oh my gosh. Nicole is so excited. Oh, these are really cute too. Oh, I like those. Okay. So, actually, here's the best way to do this. The link tree or bit.ly/Goose-Towne. That'll bring you here. Look at the button. That's a lot of buttons. And Blue Sky isn't even on here. Is anybody on Blue Sky? So, I made this last year, and it's been sitting here collecting dust. But drop a follow. Patreon.com/GooseTowne. Because it's not going to collect dust anymore. And I'm going to tell you why. I'm so excited. I think I've logged in twice. Oh no. Oh wait, I thought you meant you like signed up twice. Logged in twice, that's fine. I quite like it now that it's up to speed. It's bridging the gaps that certain other social media platforms were failing to do. I understand it now. I posted on it for today's event, and it just like a light switch flipped in my brain. So, you geese, if you have an account, you can follow Patreon. You can follow @GooseTowne on Patreon. And you will keep the lights on here in Goosetown. And now I know, Katya, I'm glad that you made it here as well, because you're reminding me that there's like geese in other time zones. Also, Katya, have you checked out Meld? I know I gave it to you on a sticky note, but we know how my sticky notes go. They're not so sticky, so I'm reminding you to check out Meld for your art streams. For anybody, if you're an artist and or a streamer, or you have a passing interest in content creation or just telling your story, because today is all about storytelling, check out Meld, okay? Tell them I sent you, and they are making an OBS alternative that is purpose-built for artists and creative types and music streamers. The founder was a DJ, and he was like fed up with the convoluted nonsense that is OBS. So if your hardware is limited, check out Meld. I'm telling you. It is optimized, unlike OBS, unlike Discord, unlike Twitter. It is optimized for lower-end hardware for us budget-starving artists, and it is the Mac version is out, and it's stable, and you can go live with it right now. So maybe a musical artist. Katya, you have to check it out. Click the link, check it out, stream with Meld. I got a private demo courtesy of the community manager, Positive, and I'll shout out the channel. Like, check it out, because we are cooking up some really cool stuff in the background right now. But in order for me to like be able to carve out time to like work on these secret projects in the background, I need a Patreon. We've been live for almost 4 years, and I've yet to make a membership program, and it's long overdue. So we're gonna make multiple tiers. They're all gonna be angel numbers, and they will launch at the beginning of March. But you can drop a follow now. Now the first tier is just gonna be, I just think you're neat. It'll be like $1.11 or something, right? Like, just I just want a badge. I just want to be here to support you. Like, the rewards are not necessarily particularly rewarding. You might get a custom Discord role and channels in the Goosetown Cord, in the Goose Nest. But other than that, it'll just be like watch parties and like special channels, like digital stuff. But that's just the bottom tier. We'll do thank yous in the YouTube video. Higher tiers will definitely get like probably an about panel or a command or a credits rolling list. We'll see what I can do with Meld. The options are, the door is open for more Meld stuff, for us to meld into new things, pun intended. But I do have, since you geese like the physical stuff. Oh yeah, the pre-release merch is still available. So like when the pre-release merch goes away, that's when we're ramping up the Patreon. when the full release merch goes away, we'll be ramping up the Patreon. Somebody asked, who was it? A bunch of you asked. Nicole asked about illustrating our own deck because we were talking about that a bunch. I'm announcing it here. Okay? This is the announcement. I am starting what I am penning as Goose's Endless Oracle. Goose's Endless Oracle. So we are going to create an entirely Goose-themed Alleyman style tarot oracle deck. Oracle deck. And it's going to be running. It's going to be endless. That's the endless mode. It's going to be endless. Every month is going to be a different month. If I am in the mood for picking up a different style, we might experiment with their style. We might experiment with our medium. Maybe even the size. I don't know. If you geese have never heard of an Alleyman's tarot deck before, Alleyman's or Journeyman's tarot, Alleyman's tarot. It's like, the idea is that you mix up a bunch of different styles. But we're not doing a tarot deck, we're doing an oracle deck. So it's all gonna be, each month, we're gonna work on the art live. And we're gonna like collaborate as a group of artists and supporters, like the patrons over on Patreon, which again, you can follow now, and the membership tiers March 1st will go live. Just for calendar's sake, it's the simplest. But you geese you are the dedicated individuals. You are the early birds, you get to know first. So it's gonna be kitschy, it's gonna be eclectic. And every month is gonna be different, and it's gonna be inspired by the goings-on and the happenings and you geese of Goose Towne, the collective residents of Goose Towne. We're gonna make it together, and it's gonna be so special and cool. And I haven't decided on the price yet, but there will be a mid-ground tier that is affordable. It's not the just like digital only tier, but the economy tier. And I'm gonna need your addresses with the physical mail because we're gonna be mailing you prints. So every month you are gonna get in a new card, and the longer you stay with, or like whichever months you decide to pick and choose, we're all gonna like build our own unique deck. Isn't that so cool? I'm so excited for it. I already have March's deck picked out. We'll do bonus goodies, like I'll throw in business cards because I'm trying to get rid of them. It's a bunch of stuff. February did not go to plan. I wanted to have this for February to do the Cupid as our first card, because again, they're not going to be like the Fool. They're going to be our own oracle, our own spin on a new archetype, like a different archetype. So we might do the Valentine for March, even though it's late. I don't know, I'm a Burgundy boy. It feels like the best one to start, to get us hooked, to get the, yeah, we got it. The Cupid. The Cupid. We'll call it the Cupid instead of the Valentine. There we go. Where's my, because we did these style studies, and they were so cute. And it's funny, we rated Jay Renzella, and we were like, wow, isn't it early? And oh, he was telling me about how over in the Far East countries, they have 3 Valentines, that really was shocking to me. But I believe he's located in one of the Southeast Asian countries. It's not the Philippines. Is it? It might be Vietnam. I think he's in Nam. I think he's in Vietnam. But I could be wrong. But he was like really giving me a pat on the back, and I was like, please don't, because I assure you, I'm gonna lose this steam. And what do you know? What do you know? We lost the steam, but hey, that's because of all the health issues and stuff. And that's like really what the Patreon is crowdfunding, is like my ability to make this Twitch thing sustainable. Because for the past few years, we've had to take hiatuses in order to supplement my income. And I don't want to do that anymore, because you geese mean the world to me. And I don't want to have to do that. So I'm gonna... I want to give him a shout out, but I think it's just J. Is it J underscore Renzella? Yeah, it's gonna be Goose's Endless Oracle, and we'll have like a high tier too. But the all of the tiers will get like monthly readings, like general forecast just for the patrons. That way we can really tailor it and we'll do spreads. With all of this, I'm going to be making a newsletter as well that I'm going to include like what's inspiring me that month, and that will also give you that's going to be like our blog. It's going to be the Patreon, but it's going to be the goosetown.com. gooseto.ne. I haven't decided yet, but Blue Sky, actually, a vampire, speaking of Blue Sky, got me thinking of domains. Is it just J Renzella? Yeah. Taiwan. I knew I was gonna get it wrong, so I just shouldn't have guessed, but that's okay. It is J underscore Renzella. A very good egg. And kind of whenever I am there, I always get a boost of inspiration, even though the time zones are really unfriendly. I should have trusted my gut. But again, better late than never. But yeah, like, very inspirational, distinct style, and I love doing style studies. So this is going to be our way of like, we're not forging art, but we're making our own art, but we're deriving a lot of inspiration. And we're going to be very upfront about where we derive it from, because I think that's the most ethical way to do it. But yeah, it's going to be fun. Like I said, it's going to be affordable. I'm going to sit down with, financial advisor Goose and see what we have available. I mean, by the way, that's just me. That's just a different part of my brain. But I don't know. I don't know what the meta is, if it's like $7, $6. Again, it'll be an angel number. It might need to be $10. I'll have to see like where my loss leaders lie and how we can work out shipping and stuff. I have some research to do, which is why we're not starting it till the very beginning of March. Even though the first one is going to be the Cupid, and we're going to work on it together. So yeah, that's the Patreon. That's the very big, big announcement. And we're going to start illustrating the first card today. I'm going to get like a sketchbook set up or something. But we're gonna break ground. This will be our ribbon cutting ceremony for the Patreon in a way. And at a later date, we'll set aside like a proper ribbon cutting ceremony. But yep, so you asked if this is my art. This is all my art. See how they're like all different mediums and styles, but it all feels like it was made by Goose, right? Like, and it was all made on stream, so that's its vibe. Yeah, I know I'm preaching to the choir, and I also know that we are a community of starving artists, so it's like a fun bonus thing to do in addition to the stream, but there's no expectation. Like, I'm not gonna paywall stream now. This is like supplementary income, so we don't put all our eggs in one basket. And earlier I mentioned about the time zones. Twitch, if you aren't aware, Twitch is updating. Twitch price increase 2024 sub. I'm gonna see if I can find this tweet. Please don't make me log in. Yeah. So Australia, Canada, and the UK. And also apparently Twitch is banned in Turkey right now. But also they upped the price. There's a lot of web stuff going on in Turkey right now. So Code, my heart goes out to you. Are one individual from Turkey to my knowledge. But in Esta Economia, we're gonna offer Patreon as an alternative for the Goose. If I don't want anybody to break the bank, and Twitch fees are like, we're not anywhere near Partner Plus. We're not even anywhere near Partner. So like, Patreon is just the no-brainer. It's just the no-brainer. And then we'll supplement stuff with like printables or downloadables on Ko-fi as a shop storefront, but that's like, commissions are later this year, because right now I'm in a very privileged position where I get to make the art that is inspiring me, and with MSV Con, I'm feeling very inspired by this realm of things right now. So we're gonna do this. We're gonna keep doing fan art, but those will be Oracle card styles as well. I'm really like niching into a comfy like a comfy corner, but those aren't, because of copyright stuff. All the Patreon stuff is going to be bespoke, right? And then if we do throw in like prints of fan art, it would be like a bonus maybe, but we need to do subathons and the financial aspects of that. So that goes into the exclamation point shame. Oh my gosh. Right, oh, the placeholder. That's so funny. Write an original statement or inspiring quote. Include a credit, citation, or supporting message. Hashtag credit to artist. That's a tongue-in-cheek joke, by the way. Credit to artist is the opposite of credit to the artist. I'm someone, I really use TinEye a lot, or Google reverse image search to like try and find who the artist was. So like watermark your stuff. Use Nightshade if that's up your alley. Glaze your artwork, even if it's digital, if you can. I have been very limited by my hardware, so I haven't dipped into that realm of things as much as I would like to, but now that I'm looking to get into a specific style, I'm more interested in glazing even my digital artwork. But again, the Goose box, we gotta get the stream PC up to snuff. We've done some crowdfunding via Throne, which has been very, very wonderful, and I now have a date that I'm going to pick up the bits, and we're finally gonna upgrade the Goose box. We have so many moving parts right now, but they're all so good. But I love this. I include credit, and then that's hilarious. So hashtag credit to artist to go back to the artists together vibe of it all. What was I? Oh, Ko-fi. Do we have a Patreon link? Okay, I'll have to add that. Actually, let's just do it now. Command add Patreon. Follow Goose on. Hey, I gotcha. I'll refund you your channel points because we still got slides in the presentation. But one of these days, I promise you, I will get you a reading, even if I just like DM you a screenshot of one, but I'll refund you your channel points. Hey, thank you so much for all of the moral support. It really does mean the world. It was Goose catching up with you as always. And we're about to pivot here in a moment anyway, so do take care. Follow Goose on Patreon to learn more about the upcoming, ongoing project for you geese. Goose's Endless Oracle. Membership tiers launching March 1st. Goose's Endless Oracle. Yeah. Should I say deck? I don't know. I'll explain it when it comes up in conversation anyway, you know. Membership tiers launching March 1st. Profile available to follow now at patreon.com/goosetown. Right? That's it, right? Let me make sure before I hit enter. Yeah. All right, we did it. We did it. We did it. All right, well, Katya, I hope you feel original and inspired. That's honestly the most tongue-in-cheek placeholder that I could have forgotten about to leave. That's so funny. All right, take care. Goose, bye, Katya. Vampire Bite says, I do that too. TinEye and Google image search are usually pretty good, and whenever I can't find the artist, I'll specify this is the earliest copy I could find. Oh, that's a really good thing to do as well. You know, I brought up Xeroxing earlier, and yeah, the enshittification of the internet, that is the technical term, by the way. The enshittification of the internet. It's true. It's harder and harder to get the like high-res version of things anymore. It really is. So I'm glad that like we're in good company. I'll put it that way. You and I are birds of a feather, and MSV, Cherney's really good about posterity. And I'm trying to be better. I'm trying to take a page out of Cherney's storytelling book. I'm trying to take a page out of this book. You know? So, I'm trying to be better about it myself, and you're inspiring me to do it more. So, we're going to make a resources page in my own Discord of, like, all the stuff that we've talked about today. All of these, like, big announcements are going to take place in the bulletin board, and I'll even update, like, oh yeah, merch. We got merch right now, too. We're like, playing catch-up on so many things. I know it's overwhelming. But I'll make a really simple bulletin board so it's all in one place, and then it's all in the Discord server. Also, all of this is just like fun bonus stuff. Yugi's just showing up and hanging out with me honestly means the world. This is like, Yugi's ask for fun stuff, so I give you fun stuff. That there's no expectation ever. We don't even take attendance, you know? We're lurker friendly. This is just like, if you like hanging out with me and you want to financially support me so I can continue to do so, but there's no expectations. I mean, the tip jar has always said tips are always appreciated, but never expected. Thank you to Cherney. Thank you to all the MSV staff, by the way. Is anybody left from the staff? I know it's getting late, but Dove is a night owl. Yeah, we do love fun stuff, Nicole. I'm so glad, like, Yugi's inspire me to better myself, and you teach me patience, so it's like a very symbiotic relationship. So when Yugi's ask me for stuff, I really do try my best. Even though my bandwidth with the chronic illnesses and like outside factors has been very rocky lately, we're finally in a stable enough place, knock on wood, that I can like do these long-term projects and see the scope of it and not lose the forest for the trees. And it's just really wonderful. So thank you to Cherney. Let's get one last shout out for Cherney for inviting me to today, because this does conclude the MSV Con portion of our evening. But again, I'm gonna include this PowerPoint here. So let's see. Paging my feathery friend. Slide deck. There you go. You all now have access to the slide deck. Let me know if you have trouble. It should be a read only, like just read only, that's it. But you should have access to it without even needing to log in. You'll see like all my speaker notes and stuff. I'm gonna like edit those a little bit, but we're gonna make this available in the MSV Con, I think more. Yeah, in the Discord, in Cherney's Discord, this Discord, not my own personal Discord, We will have these resources available there. That's also where you can find like the free emote, the little emote that I made, this guy, from last year's con. That's my little goodie bag for you geese, other than the resources and the slide deck. If there's ever any other resource that you would like, let me know via social media. My Discord is probably your best bet, so I'll put this in my Discord as a resource as well, so that way you geese can reference it. But I encourage you to go forth and continue forging your journey as a storyteller as well. Thank you geese for allowing me to be the Goose Caboose, but don't go anywhere. I know we're 7 hours into stream, but we still got like another hour, I think. I think we have another hour yet, to be honest. Because I wanna break ground, even if it's just like designating a sketchbook or something, you know, as our first card in the Goose's Endless Oracle. I just want to break ground, because then I'll feel better about how far we've come in February. February has been a very long month. But I encourage you to continue, but also don't go anywhere. But continue forging your journey. I hope you feel inspired. I feel inspired just chatting about all this. Got the gears turning, you know? Thank you for letting me be the Goose Caboose. And again, presentation, if you didn't nab that link, it'll be in down below, or in the Discord, or in my link tree, or in Cherney's link tree, or somewhere. It will be available. Ask around. We'll get it to you for sure, no matter how your method of choice is preferred. But it'll definitely be in the MSV Discord, in the MSV Con 2024. Probably the info desk, like one of those channels, you know? I know February has been the longest short month ever. And it is a leap year, but that's like not what we mean at all. Thank you for letting me be the hashtag Goose Caboose. Again, don't go anywhere. Drop a follow if you haven't yet already, please. It helps the channel a bunch. I do have to do the obligatory starving artist self-promo. I'm trying to be better about it. I really am. I don't think I've had any. Let me make sure I didn't miss any. Yeah, we haven't had any like subs or bits or anything today. And I try not to panhandle very much, but this was a lot of work to prepare. So I feel like it would be prudent of me to acknowledge that. If you enjoyed what we did today and you want to see me do more of it, follow the Patreon. If you don't want to give Twitch money, that will be your best way. So you can put me in your pocket for later. I'll give you a business card, right? Because I'm just a starving artist trying to pay. Really, I just want to like pay my bills. I got student loan bills because I'm not self-trained. I mean, I'm very dedicated in my studies, but I paid for a lot of training, and those student loans aren't going to pay themselves. But really, I'm just trying to pay my like med bills, like pay for vitamins. The B12 has changed my quality of life so much, and I would have never had that if it weren't for this wild journey that we're on with Twitch. But I'm so grateful for it. So like, if you want to pick something out directly, you can do the Throne, !Throne or !Wishlist. I know buskers, Finding Hannah, the game that we played around this time last year, actually. There's the busker character, because this is glorified busking, what we do as artists here on Twitch. So I have to do the obligatory spiel. But the busker in that game, that mobile game, really good game, by the way. !Finding Hannah, if you are interested. There's a busker character on the subway, and he's like, I don't smoke, I don't drink, I don't do drugs. Like, I'm just trying to get by and make some art and make some happiness and inspire you in the world. And that's pretty much me. I couldn't keep up with all that, like, even if I wanted to. Every once in a while, Mother Goose will make me a margarita. Or on St. Patrick's Day, we dye a very cheap beer, probably a Yingling, green just for a hand prop. Really, I'm just trying to like make art, and it's getting harder and harder every year with the financial aspect of things. So yeah, but again, going back to February being the longest short month ever, I've had like 5 people, no, half a dozen people have health scares or reality checks of some sort. So I'm just trying to like be proactive about it, and that's the money goes toward that if it doesn't go directly into like the production value of the channel. But if you don't have any money, or you want to continue supporting the call for a boycott going on right now, I totally respect that as well. So drop a follow. Even just the stonks, the Goose stonks, the +1 to the viewer count, you would not believe how much of a difference that makes. That opens up opportunities, that open up more opportunities, that open up other doors to financial stuff and sponsorships. We did our first ever HelloFresh sponsorship recently, so it's like we got all of... We are finally putting our eggs in more than just one basket, because Twitch has been our only basket for far too long, you know? So if you've been enjoying the social posts, if you've been enjoying me shining a little bit of light in your day, consider dropping a tip, or consider buying Churney merch. You helping out Churney and supporting over in the Churney Adventures channel really does help me out, because that is a fellow colleague of mine. And so like when my colleague is stressed financially, I worry. But at the same time, we wouldn't be able to do today if it weren't for like Churney's subathons. Churney's subathons always go like pretty much just toward covering rent at the bare minimum. So check out Churney, buy the merch. There's a lot of good goodies. I love this merch and the Artists Together merch as well. So do all that stuff. Thank you for letting me be the after party and letting me sell myself here a little bit, because it makes me uncomfortable, but we're learning. We're all learning here together. It's honestly, Goose Towne is like a sandbox for fun experimentation, and we've really been going in, diving in deep lately. But again, like, I'm just trying to pay for meds, like, to be honest, full disclosure. But any way to tip, I can tip. If there's not a way to tip, let me know. Somebody asked for a Cash App, and I'm like, okay, I'll look into making a business account for Cash App. Like, just don't be shy. But like, also don't feel obligated. There's many a tip jar. And again, I will never DM you soliciting readings. This is the extent of my solicitation right here. And even this is like more than I usually care to do. But the bills gotta get paid somehow. The lights gotta stay on here in Goose Towne. See, the lights already turn themselves out, so. But I'm trying to be better at doing this, so thank you for letting me practice. That's what this is. But we are live here every other day. This says Tuesday, Thursday, Saturday. That's our usual schedule. But again, we just tacked on a bonus stream for Cult of the Lamb for Monday. So we're live every other day plus every other day, sometimes more. It's just the schedule that works the best for me. We got new game releases. We got Pixel Cross. We're doing our Tarot Tome. The Discord server, the bulletin board there has all of the subathon rewards, because we just did our first ever subathon. So thank you for your generosity there. We're very fortunate to have been able to meet the minimum payout during a short month, because not every streamer, especially affiliates, can say that every month. So I'm just so grateful for you guys. Thank you for giving me a platform. We're continuing the bi-weekly tarot YouTube uploads. This will be going up on YouTube next Thursday. I'm at Goose Towne on all socials. Again, if there's a social I'm not at, let me know. I will get there too. And who knows, I might just like it. bit.ly/Goose Towne. That'll take you to my link tree. I use Campsite for mine. But that just goes to here. That takes you here. You can join the Discord here or donate via these means. Follow me wherever you want to keep up with me, because I'm trying to be more diligent about posting elsewhere. So if you liked the presentation, consider tipping. And again, stick around for the exclamation point artists together raid. That happened so many hours ago. That actually, I can tell you how many hours ago that happened. That happened 4 hours ago. But with the way that today tessellated and technical difficulties and us being the contingency plan, we were plan C for like 2 other raids, 2 other raid trains. We are the hashtag Goose Caboose, and I'm happy to do it. But yeah, again, I graduated with a BFA in theater in 2020. May of 2020 was when my ceremony was supposed to be. So my industry vanish, and this is all I'm left with, to be honest. So I can pivot back into theater if I care to, but I like you geese more. So if you geese want to hang out with me more, because I didn't, leaving for months on end to go do contracts just to like pay the bills was, I was happy to do it and I was eager, but I would rather stay here in the goose nest and like work for myself, So that's what that is about. But yeah. So again, I'll never DM you. I don't have time for that. I'm too busy. I'm very busy. So if you want to help, like lighten my load a little bit, take a little bit of the business off my plate, then feel free to go ahead and do so. I'm gonna get that to Dove. I wonder how I whisper. I'll send it in the Discord. I'll do that tomorrow. It can wait. If everyone's asleep anyway, that's But if you're here, you got the link. Hey Nicole, thank you for the good jorb, and Ronan, thank you for the good jorb. Thank you for the claps. We need a clap emote also. March, other than the Oracle, that's the month of emotes and bit badges. We will be returning to that ongoing project of pixel art as well. I have another announcement. Actually, Ronan, this announcement is full circle for something that you geese, we talked about like a year ago when we were talking about, the Granny Tarot card. And I was like, I want to do more concept art. Did I do all the self-promo? I super did. So the artists have been here, which I'm actually glad. This is good for the artists to hang around in, right? But this was a template that I heavily modified, but there are some stock images left here, so it is good to say. And eventually I will fill those placeholders, but since it's a Google slide, you will have the most up-to-date version at all times now that you all have the link. I'll do the slides deck again, just in case anybody missed it. And then slide deck. There you go. And then I'll at Dove. I have a feeling Dove might be down for the count. I feel like if I were staff, I would have been passed out by now. I would have been so mad at Mayor Goose. I know the feeling as someone who's been a stagehand and had to close up shop before. I know the feeling of like sitting there with your key waiting for everybody else to stop yapping in the after hours section, which is why conventions usually ship you off to a tertiary location, But again, Slides Carnival, great starting point for presentations. I always use their themes for the most part, but I heavily modify them to suit my weird purposes because I always got to be special. But you're welcome to use the template. Happy storytelling. Hashtag MSV Con 2024. Very excited. Very, very excited. So I worked hard on this. Thank you for taking the time out of your day to like listen. I can't say that of everybody in my life, and it is a blessing. So thank you for blessing me with your time this evening, and for blessing Churney with your time, because it is our most precious finite resource. So heavy modification of the set template. Most important part, Churney, Dove, thank you very much. Oh, Vampire! Oh, my gooseness, thank you so much for the Ko-fi. I appreciate you. Can we get some goose hearts in the chat for Vampire Bites? Thank you. Thank you for allowing me to continue being a full-time silly goose. I really appreciate you. Goose hearts for Vampire Bites. Thank you so much. That is very kind of you. I appreciate you. And I appreciate the company. I've really enjoyed our chats. I've always seen you in and out of Churney's stream, but I have been meaning to like reach out on my own time. But again, February, like you said, February being a short, like a long month for being a short month. So much happened. There was so little time to do the agenda things. I mean, Yugi saw the state of the to-do list and how I found to-do lists I didn't even know I had to do. So yeah, goose hearts, thank you very much. Oh, I love that emote. That is so cute. And then one last little Churney plush. Little Churney plush for safekeeping. All right, so that does officially conclude our MSV Con portion of the evening. I do have the technical docu-faulties as a backup to remind me that everything beyond this slide is a work in progress zone. So be mindful if you dig into the Google Slides, it's still like the back end of it is not up to my par, not up to my usual standard. But I think it was perfect because the little bits we didn't get to made for some very good stories. So I think that worked out well. Wow, 3 hours and 44 minutes. Drop a follow, drop a sub if you haven't already. Thank you for hanging out. Have a good one.